Illinois Wesleyan Titan football pregame show coming up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes from Mark. Titan pregame show in 90 seconds from Mark. Titan pregame show coming up in 60 seconds. 1 minute from Mark. Pregame show begins in 30 seconds. 30 seconds from Mark. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. History for Illinois Wesleyan basketball.
It's a Titan victory!
Today, it's a battle between two first-year head coaches in the College Conference of Illinois and Wisconsin. One of those coaches got their first win last week, and the other aims to get his first win today. Live from Tucci Stadium at Illinois Wesleyan University in Bloomington, this is Illinois Wesleyan Titan Football on 88.1 FM, WESN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW Network. It's the 2025 CCIW opener for the Illinois Wesleyan Titans as they host the Blue Jays from Elmhurst University. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Stonk along with Joel Swanson. Glad to have you with us. And Joel, the Titans showed us a lot in that first game 2 weeks ago against Central College. They took a good Central team down to the final few minutes, fell short by 9. They're hoping today that improvement can translate into their first win today.
Yeah, there were some very promising signs from the Titans in week number 1. Jared Williamson's team really played well in the second half. Central dominated the first half. The Titans were fortunate to only be down 14-7 at half, but it was an even game in half number 2. The offense got going. Dermot Smythe started finding some of those new receivers. We saw continuity running the football. passing the football as well. The defense really stood tall, and that was a very competitive game against Central a week ago. And as you mentioned, Eric, really good signs from the Titans early on. New energy in the program. We certainly saw that in week 1.
So Jared Williamson going for his first win again today. Well, his counterpart on the other side got his first win last week. That is Mike Heffernan, Elmhurst alum from the class of 2007, was an all-conference defensive lineman for the Blue Jays about 20 years ago, and came back to his alma mater after 6 years at St. Scholastica, a Division III program in Duluth, Minnesota. And they got off to a good start last week against Rockford and held on for a 34-30 victory, looking to start 2-0 for the first time in a while.
Yeah, had a comfortable halftime lead. As you mentioned, Rockford certainly was on the doorstep of winning that game a week ago, but for the Blue Jays, able to hang on, and that's a significant win for them, picking up that non-conference victory. Here comes the conference slate for Elmhurst. Obviously a program that has really struggled in the CCIW. Coach Murray did a really nice job there the last couple of years of kind of elevating the program. We'll see if they can keep it going and try to have a competitive game with the Titans here this afternoon.
And that is certainly part of the storyline here this afternoon. It's a battle between two new first-year head coaches, but a veteran coach figures quite prominently today, and that is Mike Murray, the defensive coordinator and associate head coach at Illinois Wesleyan, who took over the Elmhurst program a couple of years ago after they had just one win in 2 years. He built the foundation and got them back on track toward being competitive in the CCIW. Won 2 games his first year, won 3 games last year. They're looking to take that next step. He steps away, had a golden opportunity for him to come back home, as he says. He'll go into that more when we talk to him at halftime today. But he helped lay the foundation there. And a lot of the kids on the other side of the field, he helped recruit to Elmhurst. And so you can imagine there's going to be a little extra juice from these Elmhurst players. And Coach Jared Williamson alluded to that this week, that these guys are going to be fired up to go against their former coach.
Yeah, certainly. And there's probably some mixed emotions on both sides when that happens. Obviously, some admiration for their former coach, but also, hey, trying to step onto the field today and prove, hey, we belong here against Illinois Wesleyan. That's a big step for Elmhurst, you know. Every team in the CCIW is trying to climb that ladder. Elmhurst has been on the bottom of the pack for quite a while here, and trying to climb that ladder in the CCIW is really difficult. Sometimes you can start with wins like at Illinois Wesleyan, a team that has been middle of the pack to upper of the pack for a long time.
Well, the Blue Jays are one of 7 teams in the CCIW that won their only non-conference game of the year. Titans are one of 3. That did not, of course, as the Titans try to pick up their first victory here this afternoon. A series that Illinois Wesleyan has largely controlled in recent years. They're meeting for the 73rd time today, a series that goes back to 1930. Illinois Wesleyan has won 59, lost 12. They tied once. Titans have won 10 straight head-to-head in 16 out of 18. That includes 2 lopsided victories the last 2 years with Dermot Smythe at quarterback. As a freshman, he led them to a senior day victory, 49-13. And at Elmhurst last year, got out to a big lead early and cruised to a 55-7 victory. What's interesting in both of those games, Smythe ran for 3 touchdowns in both of those contests, accounted for 9 touchdowns in all. And this is a quarterback that Coach Williamson has signaled they want to be more protective of when he's a running quarterback, to sort of preserve the wear and tear that he's going to take back in the pocket. So you wonder if you're going to see that same kind of approach today that they've had success with in the past, or do they try to be more protective of him?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be all based upon how the game goes here this afternoon. If they're able to establish that rushing attack between the tackles, tailbacks are getting 5-6 yards per carry. All of a sudden now, I don't think Dermot's going to carry it much at all. We have a competitive game in the second half and the fourth quarter. That's probably going to change things quite a bit. So that'll probably be based upon what happens to the flow of the game. For Elmhurst, I think right now, they got torched on the ground a year ago. They had a hard time stopping anybody running the football, and that's going to be the real key for them, try to keep themselves in the game, is Can they establish something at the line of scrimmage?
Well, we'll have more in our keys to the game here in just a moment. We'll also hear from Coach Williamson after our first timeout as Illinois Wesleyan in their CCIW opener taking on the Elmhurst Blue Jays. Back after this timeout, this is Illinois Wesleyan Titan football on 88.1 FM, WVSN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW network.
They say every challenge holds an opportunity. At Illinois Wesleyan, you've got the power to seize it. Here you'll find the tools, mentors, and real-world experiences to take on any challenge and become the person you're meant to be. The best college in Illinois for landing a job? You're looking at it. Tap or click now to start your free application and break through at Illinois Wesleyan University.
Stadium in Bloomington, the Titans and the Elmhurst Blue Jays in the second game of the season for both of these clubs. Titans took a setback in their first game against Central here, 27-18, against a team that is now just outside the top 25 in the D3 football rankings, coming in at number 26, while the Blue Jays with a 34-30 victory over the Rockford Regents in their first game just a week ago. So the Titans getting the bye between games 1 and 2, whereas the Blue Jays started with the bye. We'll see if that has any impact on the game today. One team may have more fresh legs than the other. Blue Jays, on the other hand, could say that we've got momentum having played just 7 days ago.
Yeah, I think for Elmhurst, maybe continuity might be something they're going to be able to hang their hat on. Hey, we had a game a week ago. Things flowed pretty well offensively. Obviously, maybe struggled a little bit more in the second half, but that's something they can hang their head on. Boy, Titans sometimes, they just have to get healthy. Had a lot of injuries in the preseason, just trying to get guys back in the lineup. And also, Coach Williamson talked about, hey, we had this entire fall camp. We played the game. Hey, we talked about, hey, those things that didn't go well for us in week 1. Now gives us 2 weeks to be able to improve on those things. That can be real beneficial.
They get some key players for today's game and some players to watch.
Yeah, certainly players to watch. First of all, on the Elmhurst side of the football, for Elmhurst, they're going to have to be able to run the football this afternoon. Our key player is going to be Mason Leach. Leach did a nice job running the football against Rockford a week ago, 4.9 yards per carry in that game. And they're going to have to see something like that here today. He's a major dual threat guy, over 100 yards receiving coming out of the backfield last week against Rockford. So really a dual threat for them. Really played a nice game in week number 1. So Titans are going to have to watch out for him here this afternoon. On the other side, the defensive side of the ball for Elmhurst, it's going to come down to the line of scrimmage. We're highlighting Ethan Stewart, 2.5 tackles for a loss against Rockford last week, but it's really going to come down to the entire defensive line for Elmhurst. They're going to have to get some penetration at the point of attack, and they've got to slow down the rushing game for Illinois Wesleyan. The line of scrimmage will be huge for the Blue Jays this afternoon. On the other side, for Illinois Wesleyan, looking at the key players of the game for the Titans. First of all, on the offensive side for the Titans, we'll start with Malik Gray. Really good opener, 16 carries for 64 yards, 4.5 yards per carry. Might be a really strong tandem back there. Danny Kent might actually get the start at tailback today, but I really like Kent and Gray in that backfield. 2 different types of runners, gives a lot of different situations that Illinois Wesleyan can really be beneficial for here. So Gray's going to be a real solid player and a key to the game here for Illinois Wesleyan this afternoon, but that also combines as well with the offensive line for the Titans. On the defensive side of the ball for Illinois Wesleyan, a player to really watch out there for the Titans is Matt Hansen. Boy, Hansen is going to be a pivotal player in this defense all year. He's going to line up right down the center at that nose guard position, pressure up the middle, stuffing the run. If Illinois Wesleyan controls the line of scrimmage, they really control the rushing game against Elmhurst. I think the Blue Jays will have a hard time moving the ball here this afternoon, but pressure up the middle, I tell you what, the front 3 going back to the linebackers were very solid against Central last week.
All right, our keys to the game are coming up in just a little bit as we get set for today's game here from Tucci Stadium in Bloomington. A partly cloudy sky. There is a threat of showers, maybe some thunderstorms today, but we are hoping to avoid that. A much steamier afternoon than we had 2 weeks ago for the season opener. It was picture perfect that day. A little steamy here today, about 80 degrees at kickoff for the final summer weekend of 2025, but certainly can't complain about this. Let's now take us down for a tribute to a member of the Titan community, Linda Sherk.
She leaves a profound legacy within Titan athletics, Illinois Wesleyan, and the broader Bloomington Normal community. A teacher at heart, Linda loved flowers and found immense joy in gardening. Linda has 4 children and 9 grandchildren, many of whom join us this past winter as Illinois Wesleyan celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Sherk Center. She was a devoted and loving wife, mother, and grandmother, and will be missed by many. At this time, we ask that you join us in a moment of silence to honor the life and legacy of Linda Sherk. Thank you.
All right, tribute to Linda Sherk, who has meant so much to so many people in the Illinois Wesleyan community. The Titans getting ready for the Elmhurst Blue Jays here this afternoon. We're about 50 minutes away from kickoff. We'll have the introduction of the starting lineups here momentarily, but now we want to hear from Titan coach Jared Williamson as his team prepares for the Elmhurst University Blue Jays this afternoon.
The headline judge
The Titans begin conference play taking on the Elmhurst Blue Jays at Tucci Stadium in Bloomington, Illinois. Matt Sossler alongside Titan head football coach Jared Williamson. Coach, trying to bounce back after a bye week and then the season opening defeat to Central. How has the week gone in practice getting ready for CCIW action?
Really well. You almost feel like it's the end of fall camp again when you get to anxious to hit somebody else and go against an opponent. It's been really double the amount of practices you normally would get. So you can tell the players, especially after our Wednesday practice, we're about done going Titans versus Titans and ready to see somebody else.
In the bye week, you kind of have 2 parts. You have the first week and then the second week. How has that second week preparation-wise looked different than week 1?
We really try to get double the prep. We have certain emphasis on certain days. There's a fundamental day, there's a game plan day, there's a situational day, and then there's our Fast Friday. So we really try to get 2 of those each in with a bye week. It's been normally what I've done. So we were able to accomplish that really well while also giving the players the weekend off to get off their legs a little bit, catch up with their studies, kind of take a deep breath since school started. So I'm really happy with, a lot of people have asked, the bye week 2, is that an issue? I'm actually really happy the way it's gone.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What have you liked about week 2 of the bye?
I just think having a new staff, having a really young football team in terms of playing experience, it benefited us in a lot of ways. We went through the cycle of a camp and a game and the recovery from a game. So now really nothing should be new for us. We should know how we want to attack each preparation day, how we need to take care of our bodies, how a game plan is going to be installed from practice day to practice day. So it's just good experience familiarizing yourself with, for the players especially, creatures of habit, with the routine that we're going to have for several more weeks here.
A conference opponent is always different preparation than a non-conference opponent, preparing for a team that some of these guys have seen 3 times in their past. How's the familiarity with Elmhurst, especially on your coaching staff with Mike Murray now wearing Titan green, helped the preparation for Elmhurst?
I wouldn't say it helped much, just because they're a new staff also. Like you mentioned, with Coach Murray coming over here, not a lot of coaches stayed on that staff, so there's a transition. So not knowing the coach, there's only 1 game film on him. It's not like he came from a league or anything like that, even though he is an alum. So not being familiar with going against his teams or his programs or the coordinators, not a ton of familiarity, to be honest. And so we're going to have to, I think what early season football is all about are these non-scouted looks or these unfamiliarities with coaching changes or non-conference opponents, and it really allows you just to focus on your own preparation and the basics of football, which I think is a good thing.
Based on the past 2 weeks, what's one position group to look out for later today when you guys take the field?
I would say I really liked the way our defensive line had to overcome playing so many snaps and still were productive. There's some things we can get better at, but with that crew, I liked the fact that we were able to get 8 guys into the game. I like the fact that, again, way too many snaps than we want. But those guys, when you look at the run defense from last week and what Central has done, I thought those guys did a really good job, and I think we can build on that.
Matt Sossler alongside Titan head football coach Jared Williamson ahead of their conference opener against Elmhurst. Coach, you've had a lot of time to prepare for the Blue Jays. You were able to watch them live last Saturday in their narrow win over Elmhurst. You're able to apply that to practice. What are your initial thoughts on Elmhurst?
I think they got off to a great start. I think they came out with a ton of energy. You could see that from the webcast. They were really excited to play football and for their home opener, and that energy lasted through the game, and it helped them hang on there at the end. I thought their quarterback played well. I thought they did a good job of causing turnovers. And in general, I just saw a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, and I'm assuming that's going to have even a little extra boost anytime you play against a former teammate or coach. You have a little extra juice in the tank, so we're going to have to really combat that to start the game and make sure the momentum doesn't go on their side early.
You mentioned the extra juice for Elmhurst playing against a former head coach. Do you think that's reciprocated with your guys, knowing that they have Coach Murray on their side now and they have to defend him, if you will?
Yeah, if it is, I would have, I don't have any sense of it or have any obvious, I guess, just behaviors that it exists. Our focus each week is really on ourselves, and I hate to sound like a broken record, so maybe in the locker room or amongst position groups, that's definitely possible, but in terms of our preparation, it really hasn't been mentioned once, to be honest, outside of some coaching meetings, because, like you mentioned, Coach Murray would have recruited a couple of those players. They have a transfer that used to play for me at Roosevelt, so it's always a small world in football. So outside of those kind of general conversations about people, we really haven't talked about it.
What's one thing that has to go right to go 1-0 in conference play?
We'll talk about this every week. We got to run the football and stop the run, right? We got to run the football and stop the run. We've got to do a better job of taking advantage of the turnovers that we hopefully get. Last week we got a turnover on downs and didn't do much with it. And then offensively, we've got to score touchdowns in the red zone. Like I've mentioned, we were 2 for 2 in the red zone last week, but 2 opportunities won't win you a football game. We've got to get in the red zone, and when we do, I'm confident we'll score. But we just got to take care of both lines of scrimmage, and I think that always sets you up to have a successful day.
Titan head football coach Jared Williamson on the pregame show. Conference play kicks off right after this on IWSports.com, 88.1 WESN, and the CCIW network. I'm Matt Sossler. Eric and Joel, back to you.
All right, pay attention. Welcome to Fandom 101. We'll cover the tools of the trade, from foam fingers in the wave to the super secret wave. How's that for a course description? Lesson 1, your game starts long before the opening whistle, so arrive prepared. 2, if something piques your interest, raise your hand. And 3, work in groups. NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Get your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets. Class dismissed.
Back at Tucci Stadium, Illinois Wesleyan and Elmhurst to kick it off here momentarily. Those watching on IWSports.com just saw Hud Venerable, Illinois Wesleyan alum, the class of 1977, former Titan track and football standout. Light the ceremonial torch before the game. He was the head football coach at Normal Community High School when they won a state title in 2006. Later, athletic director at Central Catholic High School in Bloomington, and also Lincoln Way Central High School. Now we're getting set for today's game as we look at the keys to today's matchup for the Titans and the Elmhurst Blue Jays.
Yeah, our keys to the game, first of all, for Elmhurst,
And now
offensive and
because
defense,
timing is
pretty
everything.
redundant. First of all, defensively, they have got to stop the run against Illinois Wesleyan. Much better last week, only gave up 0.6 yards per carry against Rockford. That's really going to have to carry over for the Blue Jays here this afternoon. A team that gave up 6 yards per carry a year ago is going to have to be a lot better against the run. Offensively, they've got to establish a consistent rushing attack. They've got to be able to hang on to the football, control the clock, and make this a game in the fourth quarter. If they can stop the run and control the line of scrimmage, that'll be a key on both sides of the ball for the Blue Jays. For the Titans this afternoon, it's just the opposite. Again, redundant. If they can run the football, they're going to be able to dominate this football game here this afternoon, and that's what they're looking to be able to do here against Elmhurst. But the ground game has to start. I really like the combination of Malik Gray and Danny Kent back there, but it starts with the offensive line controlling things up front. What I really liked for Illinois Wesleyan a week ago or 2 weeks ago against Central was the defensive line. They really did a nice job of pressuring Central, held Central under 100 yards per 100 yards on the ground for the game 2 weeks ago. They're going to do the same thing here against Elmhurst here this afternoon. So the running game will be the key on both sides, just like every football game, controlling the line of scrimmage. Both teams are going to look to do that here this afternoon, Eric.
Yeah, the Titans have to do better in getting off the field defensively this week. 8 of 17 third down conversions for Central a couple of weeks ago. They converted a couple of big third downs down the stretch where the Titans were trying to get the football back. And that's one of the reasons you have such a big disparity in time of possession, which sometimes can be misleading, but it was pretty critical in this instance. And being able to run the football is also part of that, too, that the Titans struggled to do in that first game. And that's been universally true for them. When they've had a good running game, they have been successful, and it's been a lot harder when they've not been able to run it consistently.
Yeah, they were down 14 to 7 at half. It was that really, really slow start for Illinois Wesleyan against Central, and a lot of that was not being able to get off the field on third down. Multiple times on those first two drives where Central scored, Illinois Wesleyan was in good shape on third down, fourth down. Central would make a play, continue the drive. We'll see the Titans do a better job of that here this afternoon on third and fourth downs.
All right, so the Titans and the Blue Jays kicking off here in just a couple of minutes. Illinois Wesleyan was picked 4th in the CCIW preseason coaches poll behind number 1 ranked North Central. Wheaton, which took their first loss last week against Wisconsin Whitewater. WashU coming in at number 3. Titans at number 4, Carroll 5, Augustana 6, North Park 7, Carthage 8, Milligan 9, and Elmhurst rounds out the CCIW preseason coaches poll. We're a few minutes away from the kickoff for this afternoon's game on a muggy Saturday afternoon, as we now get ready for the playing of our national anthem performed by Illinois Wesleyan Titan Band.
With the playing of our national anthem.
Glad you could join us here from Tucci Stadium this afternoon. Illinois Wesleyan and Elmhurst here on W Sports WSLNetwork.com and the CCIW Network, along with the 88.1 FM. In studio today at WESN is Caden Darby, our crew here at Tucci Stadium on a busy Saturday with volleyball going on as well. Cody Boskell, Nicole Duma, Caleb Swanson, and Tyler Wilson, along with Eric Stonk and Joel Swanson here. Just Thrive Health, founded by Illinois Wesleyan baseball alum Billy Anderson and his wife Tina, proud parents of former Titan athletes Nina and Marco Anderson. Just Thrive. It takes guts to be healthy. Our officials for today's game, the referee is Scott Stanzak. Chad Rasmussen is the umpire. The head line judge is Mike Zarensky. The line judge is Gio Morales. The side judge is Mark Balco. Field judge is Eric Zeitler. And the back judge is Trevor Medved, as the captains for the two teams make their way to midfield for the pregame coin toss.
Yeah, you had to love what you saw 2 weeks ago in the second half for Illinois Wesleyan, going toe-to-toe with Central out of Iowa. Really played well in half number 2. There were obviously some struggles in the first half, but stayed within a touchdown, kept themselves in the ball game, had a drive to be able to take the lead in the fourth quarter. I think everything that Coach Williamson wanted to see happen for the Titans in week number 1. Obviously, the scoreboard did not work out for Illinois Wesleyan in the end, but a lot to build off in that second half, and we'll see if we see that come out here right off the bat against Elmhurst. This is a team in Illinois Wesleyan. You kind of look at the schedule. Hey, very winnable game this week, winnable game next week. Got to take care of business of what's right out in front of them. We saw in the first half a week ago, special teams were huge. Central got a great kickoff return 2 weeks ago, set up great field position for their first scoring drive. Illinois Wesleyan obviously had the kickoff return for a touchdown, so special teams played a huge role in kind of how that first half went against Central. We'll see if that's the same thing against Elmhurst here right off the bat.
Looks like Illinois Wesleyan won the toss and deferred. So it looks like the Blue Jays will take the football.
You see Jahari Scott out there as well with the coin toss for Illinois Wesleyan. And, you look at the Titans offensively, there were some guys they were really counting on at the beginning of the season that were not there for the week 1 opener. Hopefully going to get a few of those guys back. Danny Kent did not play. Obviously, Jimmy Dacey didn't play as well. So some guys that you kind of penciled in like, hey, this guy we can really count on coming in from a year ago. So it was a new look offense for Illinois Wesleyan, especially at the skill positions. So the way they played in the second half, guys that really stepped up in half number 2 after maybe just kind of getting their feet underneath them in the first half. Maybe that will pay huge dividends here this afternoon and kind of for the season going forward.
And while depth has been an issue at the skill positions, it has also provided opportunity for some newcomers who have stepped up. Will Naza, the sophomore from Barrington, had a big game in the opener, including a kickoff return for a touchdown. J.B. Krusik, who they moved from defensive back to receiver, the sophomore from Morton, had a big first day as well.
Yeah, and you talk about the opponent Illinois Wesleyan played, an extremely experienced team from Central, so they were able to move the ball very effectively in that second half.
Illinois Wesleyan will kick the ball away from left to right to start the contest this afternoon. A.J. Vavrick to run into it from left to right. Actually, correction, that's going to be Kaden Youngie, who is back into the lineup with a deep kick on the far side, taken to the 11-yard line outside the numbers, across the 20 to the 25, and at around the 30-yard line. On the run back by David Montiel, the freshman from Fort Myers, Florida. The lights are on here on a cloudy Saturday afternoon at Tucci Stadium. And Ryan Umbarger making the tackle for Illinois Wesleyan on special teams.
Well, you have 2 new coaches, Eric, here this afternoon, but you got a couple of experienced quarterbacks. John Odom's got a lot of experience coming back from last year for Elmhurst, and then Dermot Smythe on the other side. So coaches are new, but the quarterbacks aren't. John Odom will be a real key here for Elmhurst running this offense back there. Didn't have great numbers a year ago, but we'll see if a little bit better here in 25.
Going right to left, they go pass over the middle when he hits his man in the seam out across the 44-yard line. A pickup of about 13 on the first pass of the game as he connects it with Preston Samard. A big first game for Odom, the senior second-year starter. 36 completions for 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 2 picks in the win against Rockford last week. 12 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions last year, but they want to improve on that completion percentage. He certainly did that in the first game.
And only 46% completion percentage a year ago, so trying to do better. And there's Leach, who had a really nice game last week. That's actually Jeffrey Elms in there, a freshman at that tailback position. He's cut down pretty quickly there for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, so Leach had a big game in the running game and passing game last week, not out there to start. It's a 2nd down and 9 for the Blue Jays in their all-road white jerseys, Columbia blue numbers, and Elmhurst on the front of their chests and light blue helmets, and the Titans in their home green tops, white bottoms, and green helmets. Again, to give to Elms off to the right side and able to extend to near midfield. Got tripped up after a gain of 4. Looks like they'll be about 5 yards shy of the first down. Joey DeMeo, the junior from Lavant Township, making the stop, and it's going to be a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, we talked about Central was 8 for 17 in third down conversions 2 weeks ago against the Titans. Going to have to be better here this afternoon. We'll see if it starts on this particular play right here. Watch the down front 3 for Illinois Wesleyan, what kind of penetration they can get.
3-man front. Odom floats the ball to the far side in single coverage. Got past his man, but the ball a bit underthrown, and it was broken up. It was broken up by Sebastian Thomas, a sophomore from Plainfield South. And Titans got a bit of a break there, a ball underthrown as the receiver had gotten a step on his defender.
And Lucas Lappin, the safety that time, was about a step from getting over there to give a little bit of help over the top. But you're right, a ball thrown pretty well. Would have been a completion. Kind of a tight window that time that was thrown into. Now a low snap here for the Blue Jays.
Gino Oristano on to punt. A line drive kick and a fair catch taken at the 13-yard line by Lucas Lappin. As that punt goes 38 yards and no return, as the Titans get the 3rd down stop after 1 first down for the Blue Jays, and the Titan offense takes the field with 12:59 remaining in a scoreless first quarter.
As low snap right there, it looked like Illinois Wesleyan might have been able to get a hand on that football. A couple guys kind of were getting in there, but couldn't quite get to the punter in time. Might have held up just a little bit. I'm trying to get a piece of that football here to start the game. Elmhurst gets a pretty good punt, and not great field position here for the Titans to start this particular drive. But we see a little bit of I formation here from Illinois Wesleyan to start the game.
As Dermot Smythe goes under center, man in motion to the far side. That's Michael Barnes Jr. And they'll put it on the ground of the first offensive play of the game. And that's I believe that was Danny Kent getting his first game action. Short pickup of about 2. We'll see if we can set the Titans starting offense for this opening series. And the offensive line, left to right, is Mac Brennan, Hardy Johnson, Luke Zunkel, Justin Araya, Christos Alexandros. Tight ends are Luke Veteran, Cooper King, J.B. Kruzik, Will Naza, along with Michael Barnes, the receivers. And Danny Kent and Malik Gray will both seek in the backfield. Gray in there this time, and Dermot Smythe at quarterback. Play fake pass over the middle, and it's intercepted. Inside the 10 to the 5, slips a tackle, and he is in for the Elmhurst touchdown. The pick 6 for the score for the Blue Jays. That was Malachi Correa on the INT.
Yeah, Correa did a nice job stepping right into that passing lane right there, and he knew exactly what to do it once he got the football. Good cutback at the end. You can see the replay here. Dermot Smythe taking that snap right there. Just looking a quick hit right in the middle of the field, and boy, just dropping back into coverage. Never read the play right there, and in for the touchdown for the Blue Jays. So Elmhurst on the board here to start the contest, and that is exactly the type of start the Blue Jays needed here as they get on the board at 6-0.
Logan Turney on to attempt the extra point. He had 4 out of 5 last week. Parker Brandenburg is the long snapper. Andre Acosta there to hold at the 10-yard line. Clean snap, and the kick is blocked. It can't be returned. It is scooped up by Sebastian Thomas. Doesn't get far, down at the 20. So the Titans able to salvage 1 point on the block PAT, but Elmhurst with a INT, a pick 6. by Malachi Correa. Gives them the early 6-0 lead.
Yeah, Correa, that defensive lineman right there, just dropping back into coverage just a little bit. It was supposed to be a quick pass right over the middle there for Dermot Smythe. And boy, Correa did a nice job reading the play and getting a hand on the football, able to haul it in and take it back for 6 points. Elmhurst had all sorts of trouble getting the right guys on the field there on that extra point. Cost them a point on the board. So
well, you can understand they weren't exactly ready for that.
Yeah, that's probably very true, Eric, as you weren't kind of thinking it was going to happen and turn around quite that quickly. But now the Blue Jays have an early lead, coming off a win in week number 1, trying to build some confidence early in the game, and that's how teams stay in a contest right there. Well, you get a big turnover early on, you're able to convert that into points, and all of a sudden you find yourself on top.
And it seems like that could be a part of their emerging identity here in 2025. They picked off 4 passes last week, and they get an INT in the first defensive series of the afternoon today. So Logan Turney, again, to kick it away. The senior from St. Charles North. And the Titans have Will Naza back deep along with Sam Keller on the far side. They're between the 10 and 15-yard line as we await the kick here from Turney. And a short kick taken by one of the young men. And they're able to fall on it at the 30-yard line. On the far side, that was Ryan Umbarger, who has been all over the place on special teams. A defensive stop earlier, and here he gets the down on the kickoff, and Titans hoping for better things in this series, and it's at least a better start here. They're at their own 30.
Yeah, it started for Illinois Wesleyan on the first play in that last series. Well, you go I formation right away. You only get a yard out of that first play. Try a quick passing play. It's picked off, returned for a touchdown. And that kick that happened a moment ago, just kind of a nightmare for the kick returning team right between those levels.
On the ground, Kent gets across the 30 to about the 34. Gave about 4 yards on first down. Let's see if we can set the Blue Jay defense, which has already had the first big hit of the game. Itor Abanya had one defensive end spot, along with Justin Harris, Javier Young, their linebacking crew, Malachi Correa, who got the pick 6, Ryan Burton, Jason Zafiro, and Mason Allen. The secondary, Ishmael Coopwood, Parker Brandenburg, Javon King, and Jonathan Wells, who had 2 picks last week. On the ground again, it's Gray, and he was able to ride the defender for a couple extra yards and get to the 38-yard line for a gain of 4. Tackled by Justin Harris, senior from Proviso East, transfer from College of DuPage, and it's a 3rd and 2 for Illinois Wesleyan.
Last year, opponents ran all over Elmhurst, 223 yards per game, 37 rushing touchdowns against the Blue Jay defense. It's about 3.5 touchdowns on the ground per game. So far, they've been much better this season, and we'll see if that's going to hold up. That's going to be one of our keys of this contest.
Gray on 3rd and 2, slipping a tackle and extending just enough to get across the 40 and gain the first down. Tackled by Ryan Burton, junior linebacker from Palatine. And the Titans move the chains.
Now we see the replay right here, and you can see Gray getting hit right at the 38-yard line, but able to stretch across the 40, be able to pick up that first down for Illinois Wesleyan. A big conversion. Boy, you give up that pick 6 on the last series. Don't want to get the defense on the field here. Need to pick up that first down and sustain this drive.
Titans deploy. One receiver on the left and one on the right. Going into motion is Cooper King. Back to throw. Screen pass near side. Going to Gray. Gets a good block. Has a first down in Blue Jay territory. Down the sidelines. Cut down at the 35-yard line. But a big gainer. Ishmael Cookwood on the tackle. It's a gain of 24.
There you can see, nice job by Dermot Smythe. A lot of players in the middle of the field that time for Elmhurst. And look at the block right there. Really well done. Gray able to get up the field, knocked out of bounds inside Elmhurst territory. And Illinois Wesleyan now starting to move that football. Malik Gray had a nice game against Central 2 weeks ago. Just about 70 yards, rushing on the ground. Really brings a nice dynamic in that backfield.
Gray to the right of Smythe on first down. Man goes in motion. A high snap to give goes to Gray. Gray is cut down to the 30. Good penetration as they got up at the line of scrimmage, but able to pick up a couple of extra yards. That was Parker Brandenburg, the sophomore defensive back from Troy, Michigan, and it's a gain of 4.
Illinois Wesleyan has to be persistent with the run game here, try to wear down that front for Elmhurst. But you can see the Blue Jays bringing a lot of guys in, a lot of subs up front, trying to keep that front 3, front 4 as fresh as they possibly can. That's where this game's going to be won, is right down there in the trenches.
2nd and 6. 2 tight ends will shift. One will go into the backfield. That's Luke Vetter. And 2 receivers on the left side on the 2nd down play. The give again going to Kent. He gets swallowed up in the backfield and snowed under for a loss. A number of Blue Jay defenders got into the backfield, including Javier Young along with Moses Garza. And that's a loss of 4.
I love the aggressiveness right there for the Blue Jays. You can see that front 4. Linebackers are filling. Boy, that just got blown up on that left side of the defensive line. Got great penetration right at the point of attack. Nowhere for the Titans to be able to go. And a big loss there on 2nd down. Boy, Malik Gray came in really late here on this particular play. Play clock now down to 12 here as the Titans get out of the huddle. They find themselves behind the chains. And we'll see what kind of pressure now that front 3 can really bring here for the Blue Jays. They start bringing some linebackers as well. Now Coach Williamson's going to have to take an early timeout.
Yeah, the play clock was down to about 3 seconds just as they were getting set to snap. And it comes with 8:30 remaining in the first quarter. Illinois Wesleyan's 2nd drive of the game. The first one was an interception and brought back for a touchdown by Malachi Correa. Titans have picked up a couple of first downs here, trying to keep it alive in what may very well be 4-down territory at the Blue Jay 33.
The Titans really gashed the Elmhurst defense running the football last year. Not just controlling the line of scrimmage, but huge long runs as well for early scores. We have not seen anything like that here so far in this contest. Elmhurst needed to be a lot better up front this year, and so far they've gotten some really good results. We'll see if they're going to try to get off the field here, but as you mentioned, Eric, it is kind of that territory where the Titans might be thinking 4 downs. We'll see if this play call kind of plays into that.
Titans line up 3 receivers on the left and 1 to the right. Gray to the left of Smythe. 3-man front for the Blue Jays as Smythe stands about 5 yards deep, awaits the snap. Vetter going into motion, looking over the middle. On the slant, hits Naza, and he gets hit immediately. They gave him what he wanted on the inside, but nothing more. Jace Zafiro, the junior from Lake Park, on the tackle for a gain of 4.
You can see the Blue Jays gave up that 8-yard inside route, and boy, Naza caught that football, but he paid the price there at the end, still short of that first down, and that's where that negative play that Elmhurst was able to produce on that last down is so important. 3rd down and behind the chains on that last particular play. All of a sudden now that 8-yard gain doesn't get you that first down still. So the Blue Jays now with a big opportunity here in the first quarter.
4th and 3 at the 26. Titans down by 6. Cooper King goes in motion from the puck. Flips the ball to the near side. Hits Gray, and he gets pulled down at the 25-yard line, and he'll be short of the first down.
Justin Harris that time, 6'3", 264 pounds. He was all over Dermot Smythe. Boy, he was in that backfield quickly. And if you see the replay, you can see Smythe has to get rid of this a little bit quicker than he wants to. And a nice play wrapping him up that time. A really good play in the open field by the linebacker to be able to keep Malik Gray from being able to catch that ball and turn upfield. And Elmhurst now, boy, you could not have penciled in a better start for the Blue Jays. They get a pick-6 defensive touchdown, a couple of nice defensive stops, and we're going to have a lightning delay here as the weather is coming in here in Bloomington Normal.
And it comes with 7:37 to go here in this first quarter as the Blue Jays have a 6-0 lead. We'll step aside here for just a moment. We'll take a break and have more as we return to Tucci Stadium. The Blue Jays lead the Titans 6-0. This is Titan Football on 88.1 FM, WBSN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW Network. And welcome back to Tucci Stadium in Bloomington as Elmhurst has a 6-0 lead with 7:37 remaining in this first quarter. Just exactly the kind of start that Elmhurst wanted. Certainly not the start that Illinois Wesleyan wanted. And then on top of that, we are now in a weather delay as storms are approaching. So we are looking at least a 30-minute delay before we're able to resume play, and perhaps this opportunity can give the Titans the chance to sort of reset, regroup, refocus, and come back stronger when play does resume.
Yeah, I think if I was on the Elmhurst sideline, I'd be like, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, we get ourselves off to a great start here. Right. We've got all the momentum in the game, and all of a sudden now we've got a weather delay. And as you mentioned, it might give the Titans a chance to be able to get their legs underneath them just a little bit. Maybe a restart, obviously a 6-0 game. There's a long way to go in this particular contest. Nobody wants to see a weather delay, but I think the Titans might try to take advantage of that and really poor timing on the other side for Elmhurst.
Well, we are expecting the storms to come here fairly soon. We're expecting rain to come within the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. There is a system that's making its way to the east. It doesn't appear to be there is nothing severe in it, but there are thunderstorms in these cells. They are to the west, and they are headed in our direction, but there is nothing on the back end of it, at least for some time. So it would appear to be a temporary delay, and then hopefully we can get back to action fairly soon.
Yeah, you and I have sat through some long lightning delays before, so hopefully this one will be a short one.
We hope so. So the Blue Jays lead 6-0. So we'll step aside, but you can continue to keep us on your feed at iwsports.com and the CCIW network, and we'll be rejoining you as soon as we can. So for now, so long for just a bit.
Proportion to me is the lived experience of our Division III student athletes. They balance life from an academic perspective and the rigors of competing at a high level, bonding with teammates and building lifelong friendships. But they also are involved in their communities. They work jobs and internships and volunteer. They've learned to be resilient. Diverse experiences are setting them up for the future.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. You can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community.
Says it's raining pretty hard over in Champion.
Yeah, do you guys want to close those just in case it starts pouring?
We'll close them if it starts pouring. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Oh, I feel like I should go get my smoothie now. Or is it ready? It's ready. I don't know how hard, but it's...
Get a little bit of this. Lord knows we need it.
Oh, yeah, we do need...
No. Sitting back there all the
I don't know if that was just 3 hours. I don't know their scope.
Dude, so he told me, he's like, yeah, Nick's ankle's still all fucked up. Nick, I don't understand this. It happened here. The trees are here.
That might be the smartest he said. Congrats.
What I'm about to say, I don't know. What the shit? You ever talk to your mom? I mean, let me guess. Your mom's in that fucking field.
Yeah, no, we're trying.
Okay. I didn't want to
Yeah,
come on.
yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Okay.
And we are.
Oh, good. Good.
I mean, it's obviously hard to win cases like that, but
Yep. That's what's going on. You didn't get treated the right way.
not even a little bit, actually.
I remember this season. I remember coming like at the end of the motherfucker show up. What the fuck's he doing?
They told me 2-3 weeks and you'll be good.
Yeah.
It's been 2 years.
Yeah, dude. Because you want to voice it. You get me in feet, bro.
Yeah, I know.
This is that's like
yeah, that's what I said. I know. Actually,
I mean, I wouldn't even mind to come out and play right now. I'm obviously, I'm okay. I'm chilling.
You look at my signs and you go say, "How's your bill?"
All of the stadium guys. All of us. No different whether you're in Orland Park or Bloomington.
they're moving the ball.
Why don't you get some drink? I don't know. Go. No, get one of these, man.
No. The Indians are running it. They're not going nowhere. Whether it's lightning or not, they're making their money.
Okay. Oh, it is. You sent it to the right?
Yeah.
Okay. How the fuck's your pictures come out like that?
Portrait mode.
Oh.
It's hard to see how he was up close, but the ones like too far.
Yeah.
Like Momo, like they're not that clear.
Hey, how's your dad? Yeah? Oh, please don't listen. Your brother posted a picture and your dad, I seen your dad.
Yeah, Sandberg had dad's night.
Oh, okay.
For one night.
Yeah. Mo says that your brother's girlfriend goes to ISU?
Ole Miss.
Oh, that's what, Ole Miss.
Because he went there last week.
Okay.
I went over there and just did my thing, you know.
something. Yeah. Oh no, come back to the bench. Yeah.
Someone gets that. I drove 3 hours. He sat down. They kept talking. Get me.
So when do you start applying for?
May.
Yeah. You want to apply everywhere?
Yeah. I don't have a school list yet, but I'm
Yeah, good. You want to stay close?
I'd like to go to Northwestern. It's tough to get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to apply mostly to Northwestern.
Thanks, Ed. See you later.
They fucking hit that. Wait. Go. Sure you got fucking sudden. Go. Get your ass out of here. Fucking sitting watching empty field. For what? Get your ass out of here.
I walked all the way over here. I'm
Alright.
Where's the place?
Where's remote?
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
like 8-9 minute walk.
Okay. My pet mom got ices in his fridge.
I know.
Yeah, he brought like 150. It was actually crazy. The first day I got it, the freezer was just full.
It's full. I've got like some stuff that he has his mom.
So you know,
Like you said to little kids.
so
Go shopping
you know how we're
yourself,
supposed to have paperwork in time for recitals and all that crap? Well, I just found out Wednesday, Friday night
Oh, do you
before
have
that
that? It's just
we have to have
It's
a
in my car.
microphone.
But I
You
got
said
stuff
that
from home.
Oh,
It's in the
okay.
package from home. Yeah. I got the Disney report.
Yeah, so we just have a microphone. Right, let me.
Yeah, technically, yes, it should work.
Okay, cool.
Channel 7 or 8.
Okay, we'll try that first. If not, we'll just bring out a speaker. I just wanted to double check, see if we can get clear. You know, sometimes bring stuff.
When do you need that by?
Tomorrow. Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Okay. No, I'm not going to worry about it because they're supposed to submit the paperwork, and I didn't get the paperwork until yesterday before, and Tim was freaking out, and I'm like, look, I don't get the paperwork. I keep guessing.
People do something around here? I don't.
Hey, now I've got some that already given paperwork for next semester, which I'm loving.
Yeah.
This one, I don't know what happened. Thanks, Jay. That's what I was going to say. Have a great day. You too.
Stay dry.
Thanks, you too. Oh, yeah, we'll be fine.
Did you not do a CT?
Not a single one.
You didn't do a CT?
Not until I
After the MRI said that it was fractured?
Not until I went to Northwestern.
But they didn't even do that MRI. You came by me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
You know, at sports management, I had 2 sets of x-rays and 1 MRI, and it was 3 months before the surgery.
guy that did your shoes, is he out of here?
Sports enhancement. Do you remember Chris? He broke his leg. He snapped his leg.
Yeah.
He also did his.
The big dude, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ. It's a great email. Too bad it's fucking you that you're talking about. You know? Situations like that, it's they think they're doing it. They think they're doing it, but they're not doing the things they want to do because their contract was this fucking school and they didn't want to up the bill. 100%. All time. That's why. Oh, we want to keep the company. Look how much business we get. That's not doing business is because they're going to be like, what the fuck? Exactly. They're the biggest crooks in the world. I say it all the time. I probably say those words 10 times a week. When there's patients that get their exams denied and they really fucking need it, and nope.
It should never be up to the insurance provider whether or not they can have it, because it should be up to the doctor.
Yeah, it's up to somebody that's clicking buttons that says, did they have X-rays? Yes. Did they have this? Yes. No. Yes. No. You hit the wrong fucking button, and then it doesn't. Bro, so many MRIs, so many exams get denied because, like, that's one question I never really understood, which insurance, right? But when people come and they say the insurance company wants 6 weeks of physical therapy before authorizing an MRI, when for an injury or whatever, you know it's a torn labrum, torn rotator. You're only going to do fucking surgery, or even to the point where or go do surgery, or go do physical therapy. You know how many times I've heard that during physical therapy, that little slight tear, now it's completely torn? But if you image it properly first, don't you want a map of what you're doing before you manipulate and...
Had they taken an MRI instead, an MRI and an X-ray instead of just an X-ray when I got hurt, I wouldn't have rehabbed for 6 weeks and went through 3 full football practices with 2 broken bones in my ankle.
Yep.
And I didn't find out about it until after.
Yeah. Dude, start walking before it fucking rains. You're in a car here. Go. Go. It's coming.
This is now.
Yeah.
That's no good. I guess that's okay.
It's coming at 3 o'clock?
This is 3. This is 3. It's coming at...
Jesus. Go. I'll see you later. I'll see you up in the room. Take care now.
He's strong.
Is he?
He's so strong. Yeah. I see his little brother too. Loves the gym a lot. That's who Momo would talk to for hours when we're trying to work out. Yeah.
Oh.
That's when I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
Bro, coming into college, he already had like 10 credits.
Wow. What's he going for?
He's going to be going through material.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, perfect. 36 in his.
No way. What did Momo get?
I don't think he took it. Honestly?
I remember I took the SAT.
I think he did. But like, you know what's crazy? He's finishing this year, applying to medical school, 4 years left to get 4 years left to residency, 2 years. Ron has like 2 more years.
Shit, so he's gonna be what? 30 something? Still though, he'd come out 33, 30, making a lot of money. His family.
Episode number 3 of Titan Table Talk for 2025-26. I'm Matt Sossler. We got a great episode for you this week. We begin with Titan football. We'll be followed by women's golf after their home invite victory. Then we'll wrap things up with some women's tennis. But per usual, in the fall, we kick things off with Titan head football coach Jared Williamson, fresh off a bye week. Coach, how you feeling?
Feeling rested, feeling ready to go. Had a practice this morning, so got a bonus practice in already, real early, so they could still stay off their feet the rest of the day. And so I'm excited for the challenge. Starting conference play is anytime you have goals, you got to win conference games to achieve those goals. So we're excited to get started.
We talked last week about your goals for the bye week. You framed it as Fall Camp 2.0. Now that that's in the rearview mirror, how did Fall Camp 2.0 go for you guys?
It went well. A lot of extra reps, some installs we didn't get to prior to the first game, and just some reinforcing some things. Not that week one. You always have that bye week afterwards, so you can use it this way. But we knew with a little bit of limited prep in terms of numbers, well, we wanted to save a few things to install afterwards. We just felt it was too much with whether it's new players, new coaching staff. So it was good to get that stuff in, to get reps, to get film, also to get a few of the players off their legs, because from here on out, there's no rest. So to get a little bit of rest when we had the ability to was nice.
You alluded to rest. In the CCIW, you either are dealt a week 1 or a week 2 bye, and then you're playing the rest of the way. Where do you feel your team is at in terms of rest, playing every single week from here on out?
Well, I think we've talked about a lot, or maybe I have, about the youth of our football team, not only age-wise, but playing experience-wise. So it was a little bit evident after the first game. You get into Tuesday, you get into Wednesday, and we're still acting a little beat up. And then as we're meeting as a coaching staff, I forget which coach mentioned it, but it kind of dawns on everybody that the newness is also learning how to recover from a game, because when you have a lot of guys that haven't played a lot since high school, so just the pure recovery, how to take care of your body, what to do in terms of prehab. So I think that extra week really helps us. We've gone through the schedule now in terms of here's what we're going to do after a game. Here's how we do rehab. Here's how we need to get physical again to get ready for the next game. So I think all those things going through them a first time is going to be helpful.
Matt Sossler alongside Titan head football coach Jared Williamson following their bye week ahead of their first conference battle against Elmhurst. Transitioning into that, one of the things you talked about last week about having a bye week is you get to watch your upcoming opponent live. What were some of your takeaways on the Blue Jays in their narrow 34-30 win over Rockford?
Yeah, they started really fast. They seemed like they had a lot of really good energy early. got out to that 14-0 lead, and it was kind of a hang on till the end type of game. Both teams battled really hard, overcame turnovers. I just thought that their fast start, their energy was pretty evident from the get-go. They've got a couple guys that have been pretty much starters since they walked on campus, so you could tell that they used that experience to their advantage. And then their quarterback, being his second year here, or at Elmhurst, I should say, did a nice job of spreading the football around and getting the ball either out on time or keeping the play alive, so they could get some scramble yards. But they did a really nice job all the way around.
You mentioned that they raced out to a 14-0 lead, wound up only winning by 4, got outscored 20-6 in the third quarter. As a coaching staff, watching that live film, what type of game are you looking for? Are you looking for a game where an opponent comes out and punches somebody in the mouth and it's not really a game after that? Or are you looking for a close contest to get a variety of situations?
You'd always like to, I guess in my experience, use a boxing analogy. No matter what, you don't want to come in and lose the first couple rounds by getting hit in the face multiple times and not reacting. So you'd always like to get off to a good start. But also you do see some testing out early in the season. Again, I'll go back to what we've talked about before, unscouted looks. And it's a game to watch, but it's only one game. We can only analyze what they did versus a certain offense, a certain scheme, a certain defense. So there's still some unscouted stuff that we're going to have to be prepared for. And it all falls back on our preparation and making sure that we're doing our jobs. I told our leadership group this morning after practice, the opponent is faceless. If you focus on them, I think that's what losing teams do. We got to focus on our own preparation, and was practice up to our standard this morning, regardless of who our opponent is.
Your current associate head coach, Mike Murray, facing off against a program which he revitalized before coming back to IWU. How much does that help in preparation for the Blue Jays?
I'd say helps a little bit just because his familiarity with some of the players, but I think more so it probably puts a little juice in the tank of Elmhurst to get off to another good start. Anytime you're playing against your former coach, whether it's a coordinator or a head coach, you're excited to compete. And I think if anything, knowing that Coach Murray would have recruited competitors there, they're going to be excited to compete against their old coach. And so we got to be ready from the get-go because I think they're going to come out with a lot of energy. Where do you think you match up well against the Blue Jays based on what you've seen so far? I just think we've got to get back to playing our style of football. I think we did that in a roller coaster way in the first game. We got them into the game that we thought we could be successful in, but we didn't execute in those certain situations. And our type of game has to be run the football, control the run, make big plays when the opportunities are there. We've got to win the turnover battle. So regardless of is that a matchup on the outside or the inside, we've just got to focus on those check marks, in my opinion, to be successful, especially, again, versus a conference opponent.
The Titans open conference play against Elmhurst on Saturday. Matt Sossler alongside Titan head football coach Jared Williamson. Coach, before I let you go, what are 2 things you want to see most from your Titans on Saturday?
I want to see more red zone opportunities for the offense. We were 2 for 2 in terms of scores, one of them being a field goal. We need to get in the red zone more. That's going to result in points. And defensively, we got to get off the field on third down. We just didn't do enough in those situations in the first game for the game to go our way. But those are 2 key ingredients: third down defense, and then get the ball to the red zone on offense. And I think we'll be excited about our opportunities if we can do that.
Elmhurst comes to town. It's a 1 o'clock kick at Tucci Stadium on Saturday. Hope to see you out at Tucci. If you cannot make it, Eric Stock and Joel Swanson will have the call on 88.1 WESN and IWSports.com, along with the brand new CCIW network, as the Titans try to go 1-0 in the CCIW. Head coach Jared Williamson. Coach, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Women's golf comes off a huge home invite win. We dissect that on the other side on Titan Table Talk.
At NCAA Championships, noise is made here. Memories are made here. Champions win here. The only thing missing here is you. The NCAA Division III Women's Volleyball Championship, coming to Bloomington, Illinois this December. Get your seats at ncaa.com/tickets.
Episode 3 of the fall of 2025 rolls on. We just heard from Titan head football coach Jared Williamson. We now move from the gridiron to the green, joined by Titan women's golf team members Grace Fagan and Emily Gastro following your victory in your home invite, the IWU Fall Classic. First off, congratulations, and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Good
We'll start off with your macro picture of the weekend, coming in, facing off against some tough competition. What were some of your takeaways from the competition?
It was definitely a close matchup, so we knew that we had to play good going into it if we wanted to win.
Yeah, and I think just the trust that we all have in each other, that we knew it was going to be close, so we were going to have to focus on every single shot and make sure we were all doing the best that we possibly could coming down the stretch especially. But yeah, the trust we have in each other to know that we're all going to do our best and to come out with a win after doing that is really awesome.
Shooting a .595 as a team, finishing 3 strokes ahead of second place DePaul, who made a run for it in the final round. What went through your mind down the stretch?
I try not to know where we are as a team as I'm playing. I know some of our players do like to know, get some extra motivation, but I try to just take it one shot at a time. But I feel like you could tell, like, with how the coaches were like, all right, we got to, like, stay focused and keep, trying to hit good shot after good shot. And we kind of knew going into the day. We knew it was close coming down the stretch. So, yeah, just staying as focused as possible.
Yeah, I would agree. I never really checked the leaderboards during the round, but our coach said to me at one point, like, keep going, you're like still in this. So then I kind of knew it was probably close, so we had to keep trying.
A basketball court is 94 feet long, a football field 100 yards. Golf is not the same. Every course has its own unique features to it. How did that give you all an advantage this weekend, playing over at Ironwood and being familiar with that course?
Yeah, I mean, we've played there so many times, qualifying, practice, our home tournaments, both fall and spring. So you kind of know, like, how the course plays. For example, taking yardage off because it's pretty firm out there, so the ball bounces a lot. Kind of an advantage that we have that other teams probably don't have, not playing there as much.
Yeah, for sure. Just kind of knowing the little secrets that you might not have if you only got like one practice round there or a couple. But yeah, just being there out there, and it's a fun golf course. I think we all like enjoy it, which is always nice to play a golf course that you're excited to play and try to make as many birdies as possible. So yeah.
That's on the course. Off the course, a huge alumni turnout at this home tournament. What does that family atmosphere feel like for the women's golf program, having all those alums back in town for the tournament?
It's awesome, honestly. Seeing not only the alumni but also their families is really awesome. Some of them traveled from Florida, Michigan, which is just crazy. But it's great to see them again and have their support and know that we're always family, always will be.
Yeah, for sure. I think just we're all those of us that are still on the team are so grateful for everything that the girls and families and coaches before us have done to make the Titan Golf program what it is. And so to get to have them there still, because, we miss them. Like, seniors graduate, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're not here anymore. But we get awesome new freshmen in that are so fun and join the family right away. So just having as big of a community as we do, especially for our home tournament, but I would argue most weeks, is just really special, and I think helps us a lot to accomplish what we've been able to.
What does that say about the culture of the program as a whole?
I think we all just really love each other and want to support each other, and even when girls graduate, they want to come back and watch, and they want to support each other because it's just so important to all of us, like not just the golf and the scores that we shoot, but the family and community that we have.
Yeah, I think the culture is the biggest part of our team by far, and it's definitely what leads us to be very successful.
Let's look at the season as a whole. Started off at the Redbird Invitational, consisting of a handful of Division I teams, finishing 9th and then 10th to 16 over the 2 days of that event, and then finishing first at your home tournament. How have those two tournaments shaped what is hopefully another successful year for Iowa women's golf?
I think it's a good start to the season. We're proud of what we've done so far, but there's a couple tournaments left in the fall that we're excited about, trying to shoot as low of scores as we can. And then obviously the spring is another big season for us. So it's a good start, but there's lots more to accomplish and work on to get better.
Yeah, we definitely lost a lot of key players last year, but us as a team, we've gotten a lot better over the summer, so we're excited.
Matt Sossler alongside Grace Fagan and Emily Gastro of the Iowa women's golf team. We talked about the prior two tournaments. Up next, you head to Whitewater in a couple of weeks. Always a tough course at TPC up there. What's going to need to go right to keep this fall season on a high rolling start?
I think definitely at TPC Wisconsin, we got to just know that it's going to be difficult. The scores might not be as good as they were at Ironwood, but that's just how it is at a tougher course, so just stay with it.
Yeah, we'll just continue to rely on each other, support each other, lift each other up, and I think there's a lot that we can accomplish, so yeah, we'll just go with that.
Grace Fagan and Emily Gastro of the Titan women's golf team. You can catch them in action in Wisconsin at TPC in the Whitewater Fall Invite. That'll be played on the 28th and 29th of September. So a little bit of time off to celebrate this win, but then get ready for Whitewater. Grace, Emily, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Head women's tennis coach Jason Van Hucklen joins us on the other side as we wrap up this edition of Titan Table Talk.
Why is Illinois Wesleyan the #1 school in Illinois for jobs? Maybe it's because we're the AND University. That's right, A-N-D. And. Here you can explore the arts and study in a pre-professional program. Double major and play a sport. Do an internship and study abroad. Your opportunities are endless. Set yourself apart with a degree from Illinois Wesleyan.
And welcome back to Tucci Stadium in Bloomington. After a brief weather delay, the field looks the same as it did 40 minutes ago, but we did have a threat of storms moving through the area, and it appears as though they did just to the north and just to the south of us. We got just a few raindrops here. That was it, thankfully, and everyone made their way inside Sherk Center. The players, the coaches, officials, the fans. But now they're all back. They've had a couple of minutes to warm back up, and we should be resuming play in just a matter of moments as Illinois Wesleyan trails Elmhurst 6-0 on a pick six by Malachi Correa. And the Blue Jays have the football back, hoping that they can pick up where they left off before the delay 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's got that pick six, got that score on the board, had all the momentum in the world, got a big stop on 4th down as well. Getting the football back to their offense, and Elmhurst really had a great start, and I think if you could have scripted things out for the Blue Jays in the first 6 minutes of the game, they played out exactly how they wanted it to.
And hopefully for the Titans, the reset will help their offense get going. They had the pick six, of course, and they stalled on downs deep in Elmhurst territory before the last break. Did pick up a couple of first downs, but yet to put anything on the board. Elmhurst offensively, meanwhile, they only had 4 offensive plays. They picked up a first down, then had a 3-and-out soon after that. So we haven't seen much of their offense yet, though they will be taking the field here with the lead once play resumes.
Yeah, and certainly we've seen a lot of the Elmhurst defense, and so far so good, especially on that defensive front. They've been doing a nice job of slowing down that running game for Illinois Wesleyan so far in the contest. We talked about that was the real key for the Blue Jays, is how well would they handle the Titans up front. So far so good for Elmhurst, a team that really struggled to stop the run a year ago. Much better last week against Rockford, and certainly off to a nice start in this game here so far.
So a delay that amounted to about 38 minutes. We are set to resume action here from Tucci Stadium under this cloudy sky. The lights taking effect here at Tucci. And the Blue Jays in their white and Columbia blue going right to left here with a 6-0 lead. And John Odom back at the controls. As a back to his right, that's Jeffrey Elms, has trips to the right and one receiver to the left. The Titans with a 3-man front as Odom stands in the shotgun. Man goes into motion behind him. It's going to be Elms again to the carry. Cuts back up in the middle, gets across the 30, and is spilled at about the 35-yard line. A solid gain of close to 9 on first down. And look like Ian Whitaker on the tackle for the Titans. That is a gain of 9 for the Blue Jays.
That's a big run right there. Elms made a nice cutback right there, finding a gap and getting upfield.
Odom floats it over the middle, has his man to the 40, a first down, bouncing off a tackler and gets all the way to near midfield for a gain of 16. That is A.D. Russell on the reception, a sophomore from Dwight D. Eisenhower, and that's out to midfield.
Now we see Elmhurst playing some tempo right here. Odom's got him all the way back to the line of scrimmage already.
Odom flips the ball to the far side, makes the connection again. That's going to be another first down. That's Seth Desmore as he gets pushed out of bounds. The senior from Brookfield, Wisconsin. A play that goes for 11, and they are now in Titan territory.
Yeah, it looked like right there. Titans had hardly even gotten set defensively. Nice little out to the far side, and easy pitch and catch that time for the Blue Jays on a first down.
Two receivers at either side for Odom, who stands 5 yards deep, actually closer to 6 as he awaits the snap. 6-0 Blue Jays. Man goes in motion behind Odom as he takes the snap. Short drop, looks left, goes right on the screen to Elms. Elms with a cutback inside, gets hit at the 40, bounces off a tackler, then gets shoved near the far sideline, the opposite sideline that is, with the tackle by Lucas Lappin, and a play that goes for 6 to the 33.
Yeah, we thought we'd see a lot of Mason Leach, the 5'7" sophomore, but it so far has been Jeffrey Elms, the 5'8" freshman, who has been outstanding here for the Blue Jays so far to start this contest. Coming out of the backfield, they did that a lot against Rockford a week ago.
2nd and 4 to 33. A fake to Elms, and a keeper here for Odom. Has room, slashes up the middle, veers left, and has a first down. Got tripped up, down to the 20. Lappin on the stop. That's a 13. Make that a 12-yard gain, and another first down for the Blue Jays.
That's what happens when the running game is really working for you. Boy, Elms was doing a nice job getting positive yardage in the middle of the field against that Titan defense. That time, nice job by Odom pulling that football where the defensive end had crashed down here on the near side and saw plenty of room that time for the quarterback to be able to get upfield.
Blue Jays with a 6-0 lead and looking for more. Another man to the backfield, that's Ryan Ray to the left, and he gets the handoff. A correction. That's Julius Maddox, a freshman running back for a short gain. Maddox from Gladewater, Texas. And they mark him down at the 20 for a 1-yard gain. Matt Hansen making the tackle for the Titans.
Yeah, best penetration we've seen from the Titans here on this particular series. We'll see if they can keep it going here. 2nd down and 9. Boy, Elmhurst started off this series with that 9-yard gain right away, establishing things right at the point of attack. Passing game took over from there. Odom had a nice run. They find themselves here in the red zone. Let's see if they can put points on the board. We'll see if the Titans can stiffen now as we get closer to the goal line.
Fans making their way back into the stands after the weather delay, getting seated, and the Blue Jays are on the march. A 2nd and 9 to the 20. Odom flips the ball to the far side. Quick catch, connection to Russell. Got wrapped up immediately at about the 17 for a gain of 3. And they'll mark it to the 16, so it'll be a 3rd and 5 coming up for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, we can see that experience back there at that quarterback position. Odom plays with a ton of confidence. We talked about before the delay here in this game. Under 50% completion percentage a year ago, but looking tremendously confident back there here so far on this drive. We'll see if the Titans get some pressure on the quarterback for Elmhurst as the day goes along.
3rd and 5 from the 16. Titans down by 6, putting pressure, but it's well covered for Odom, who takes off, cuts to the right, has the first down, puts a move on, and angled out of bounds at about the 10. Sebastian Thomas, the sophomore from Plainfield South, directed him out of bounds, but he's able to move the chains. Another 3rd down conversion for the Blue Jays.
Now that's the offensive line right there. They did a great job of picking up that defensive front for Illinois Wesleyan.
And the inside to give. And Elms powering his way through for a couple of extra yards, getting down to about the 7. Mo Khalil, the senior linebacker from Lamont, on the tackle. It's a gain of 2.
Elms is 5'8", 210. But when he lowers the boom, he's going to be hard to bring down. The Titans have really struggled so far with the freshman tailback here in this contest. Boy, give a ton of credit. That offensive line for Elmhurst. I talked about the key to the game for them was establishing some sort of rushing attack, and they have certainly done it here so far in this first half.
2nd and goal from the 8. They spread the field with 3 receivers on the left and 1 on the right. Odom with a play fake, flings the ball on the slant and over the middle, incomplete. The intended target, I believe, was David Montiel. Got tangled up with the defender.
He got tangled up with his own guy. Somebody ran the wrong route there. They had 2 guys in exactly the same spot. That was fortunate for the Titans.
11th play of the drive coming up. 2:40 remaining in the first. A 6-0 lead for the Blue Jays. They got a pick 6 for their first tally. And looking to punch it in again as the Titan defense tries to stiffen up and get the stop.
Now trying to spread the Titans out here near the goal line.
3rd and goal from the 8 with 3 wideouts. Odom will spin to the left, looking on the move. Nice effort. Fakes a pass, now throws to the near side, and it is caught, it looks like, at the 3. A wrestle for the ball, and a catch is ruled there for Seth Desmore at the 3-yard line as he was wrestling with Lucas Lappin for the football.
Yeah, you can see rolling him out right here. That was a dangerous throw. There are a lot of green jerseys down there. Boy, just about picked off by the Titans. Big play here now on 4th down. Elmhurst is going to roll the dice. They are going to go for it. This will be an interesting call here by the Elmhurst coaching staff. And boy, mark this play down here early on with 1:52 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, don't blame them at all. The Titans were 3 of 4 against Central's 4-down attempts last week. And a bobbled snap on the exchange, and the Titans were able to get the stop as Elms ended up with the football. On a busted play, Titans get a break, and they get a big 4-down stop.
Interesting formation here. You got 4 guys in the backfield. Snap goes to the quarterback. I do believe that was meant to go to Odom right there. Kind of in between Odom and Elms. A little bit of confusion. The ball is loose there for just a second, and Elms has nowhere to go. No, not real good execution for Elmhurst, and a big play for the Blue Jays. So the Titans get a stop that they needed. Unfortunately now, though, the field position not real good here for Illinois Wesleyan. So we saw Elmhurst do exactly what they need to do, Eric, on that particular series. Get the ground game going. Same thing for the Titans here. We'll see if they can run the ball between the tackles a little bit against this Elmhurst defense. Again, boy, I formation there. There's a fullback on the field.
And it's Kent on the carry. Left side gets across the fire to the 10 to the 15. It got tripped up to prevent a big gain, but he's able to get the first down. It was Ishmael Coopwood, the senior from Sullivan, there to trip him up to prevent a huge gain. It's a pickup of 13 to get them from out of the shadow of their own goal line.
Yeah, nice job that time by the left side of the offensive line. Pulling tackle right there, able to get that kick out block and a first down for Illinois Wesleyan.
Barnes and Vetter are the receivers on the right side as Vetter goes in motion to the far side. One man to the backfield, that's Kent with the carry up the middle, gets across the 20, grinding his legs, runs into the umpire, still lumbering ahead and gets across to the 30 for a 14-yard gain.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from the Titans coming out of that break. Control the line of scrimmage, get a push up front. Look at the push here from this offensive line. Guys in the white jerseys getting pushed back. Danny Kent, nice little hole. And the umpire made a little assistance there on the tackle for the Blue Jays, just trying to get out of the way. Exactly what we wanted to see from Illinois Wesleyan. Coming out of that break, establish that ground game. It'll open up everything else from the Titans. But look at those tight splits up front for Illinois Wesleyan.
Now to the 30-yard line after a couple of rushing first downs. Kent again to the backfield, spinning out of a break. That was actually Tony Noto, the sophomore from Lincoln Way Central, who got spun down in the backfield for a loss of 2.
It'll be interesting as this game goes along, and all of a sudden now you got those tight formations, a little bit of play action, maybe start to look downfield. That'll bring us to the end of the first quarter, and I think Elmhurst right where they want to be right now with that 6-0 lead.
Although they certainly would have taken one more score. As they had a 1st and goal, the Titans were able to get the 4th down stop at the 3-yard line. End of one from Tucci Stadium in the CCIW opener. Back in just a moment, Titan football on 88.1 FM, WVSN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW network.
Offensive lineman Trey Campbell.
When competition for the best jobs is fierce, how do you set yourself apart? Experience? An education? Yes, but not just any education. At Illinois Wesleyan.
Ready for the second quarter here from Tucci Stadium as the Titans now go east to west, down 6-0 at a 2nd down at 11 at Wesleyan's own 29-yard line. Man goes in motion to the near side. Single man to the backfield. It is Kent, and he gets the football up the middle as it gets across the 30 and stacked up after just a yard. Both teams moved the ball offensively in the first quarter, yet the only score came on a defensive one for the Blue Jays. Elmhurst had 90 yards of offense, 56 through the air, 34 on the ground. Titans with 72 yards, 34 through the air, 38 on the ground. And now the Titans are looking at 3rd and 9 on their own side of the field.
Yeah, we'll see how many hats are going to be in the box here for Elmhurst now on 3rd down and how much pressure they bring. Boy, a lot of guys up near the line of scrimmage now for the Blue Jays. We'll see what happens here if they're going to drop out.
Kent to the left of the quarterback. Smythe floats it over the middle and incomplete, looking for Naza, and it looked like the safety got a hand on the football. In fact, maybe a couple of Blue Jays got a hand of that ball, where at least was a sight distraction for Naza, who could not hang on.
I could see all those guys at the line of scrimmage, Eric, and then, boy, they bailed out. Did a nice job dropping into that zone coverage. Really nowhere to go with the football was for Dermot Smythe. A lot of Blue Jays there in coverage. That ball was almost had the ability to be picked off that time by the Blue Jays. And Elmhurst did a nice job on that particular series. Gave up some big rushing yards early on. Now we're going to see a fake here by the Titans.
It's a fake, and it's a big gain. 1st down out across the 50. 45 down to the 42-yard line. The fake to Ryan Umbarger, the junior from Eureka, who we mentioned earlier, was doing everything on special teams, and the biggest special teams play of the day so far. They faked a bad snap, and nobody had an accounting of number 40, Umbarger, and he turns it into a big gain.
Yeah, you could see, nice job by the punter being able to sell it on the play. It was just a little inside handoff. That was really well done by Coach Williamson and the staff right there, pulling it out when they really needed it. Just try to keep a drive alive here and just try to get some momentum going against an Elmhurst team that has been really tough here so far this afternoon.
All the way down to the 41-yard line of the Blue Jays. And that's a nice give to Naza, who gets inside the 30 as they fake the handoff to Kent. Naza on the carry for a gain of 10 and close to a 1st down.
You can see Elmhurst stacking that line of scrimmage, and a nice job by the Titans trying to take advantage of that. You can see how many helmets down inside. Good kick-out block that time by Danny Kent, and Will Naza able to take that carry to the near side and pick up a 1st down. So Illinois Wesleyan now in the last 2 plays, bringing out some things the Blue Jays haven't seen so far. Having a little bit of a hard time running it between the tackles, trying to get outside, loosen up that defense a little bit.
Remember, this drive started all the way back at the 3-yard line. Man in motion to the near side. On the delay to Kent with the cutback, gets to the 25. It got tripped up at about the 23. Solid gain, close to a 1st down. Not quite there. With the tackle coming from Parker Brandenburg.
A good patient run that time by Danny Kent. Let his blockers set up in front of him. Good cut there to be able to get outside. Pick up a nice gain there on 1st down. So we saw Blue Jays step up, be able to stuff the run against the Titans. They thought they had forced a punt out of Illinois Wesleyan, but that fake punt could be a key play here in the first half.
Almost all of this coming on the ground. The Titans with a 2nd and 2 at the 23. Again, it's Kent up the middle. cuts his way through for first down, a gain of 3 as he gets down to the 20-yard line. Correa in on the tackle.
The Titans have been very persistent in the ground game here so far in the first half, just trying to pound away at this Elmhurst front. As I mentioned, they put up huge rushing yards against the Blue Jays last year in a lopsided victory for Illinois Wesleyan. This one has been a lot tighter here in the first half. Elmhurst has done a nice job up front, to slow down that attack for the team in green. But the Titans starting to get it going. You get to see a lot of different guys in the backfield.
Now from the red zone at the 19-yard line. Man goes in motion, flags down. Smythe goes underneath for Naza, slipping a tackle, puts a move on, gets inside the 15 to the 10, and has a first down. We'll see if the play holds. It's a 10-yard gain. Naza shoved out of bounds by a host of Blue Jay tacklers, but we'll wait on the flag here.
It's going to be a false start here against the Titans. You can see Naza make a nice move here at the end, make a guy miss right there, and get upfield, but legal formation against Illinois Wesleyan will negate that particular play. The Titans get marched backwards, still have some momentum going on this drive. Let's see if they can finish it off in the end zone.
Titans from Elmhurst, 24.
So now back to the 24. Coach Williamson talked this week about needing to succeed in the red zone and get there more often. They were 2 for 2 last week, 1 touchdown, 1 field goal, but you want to get more opportunities than that. This is their first one this afternoon. Smythe rolling out on 2nd and 15. Looks downfield, takes off, angles right, and goes out of bounds. Gets back inside the 20. They'll mark him out at the 18 for a gain of 6. 4 minutes gone by, second quarter, Titans down 6-0.
Yeah, rolling Dermott out to the far side, looking downfield, but you're going to see an awful lot of Blue Jays in the way. Decent pressure that time by the Elmhurst front four. Just nowhere to be able to go with the football. Gets run out of bounds.
Now to the 18, second down and 9.
It'll be interesting to see how much pressure Elmhurst can put on the quarterback in this situation. Second down and 9 is not the situation the Titans want to be in, but now Smythe goes under center here.
Play clock down to 1. They get it off just in time. Play fake for Smythe. The deep drop, steps up, left side, has time, but no one open. He takes off, scrambles to the left, gets a big-time block, and out of bounds to the 11. Will Naza laid it out on his defender, and there's a flag down.
Yeah, this one's going to be against Illinois Wesleyan right here.
I believe that's going to be on the block.
Yeah, it's going to be on Will Naza. Yeah, you can see the rollout right here. And you're going to see Naza coming to your screen right there. And we'll see what the call is from the official. And you get a good shot of the fans right there.
Subknight is thrilled with that call.
Absolutely.
As that negates about a 5-yard pickup. And it will take that ball out to the 29. So that's a big shift in field position.
It certainly is. And you can see the block right there from Will Naza. Blindside block against the defender for the Blue Jays.
Oh, the frustrating
against the Titans.
Yeah, the frustrating part there is the play was just about over as well. And so that takes the ball out to the 29-yard line. So 2 penalties in this series for Illinois Wesleyan. And it looks like they're going to call, they're going to reshift the ball back to the near side hash mark.
And it's hard for Will Naza to lay off that particular play right there. And it certainly hurts the Titans in that situation.
Naza is the receiver at the numbers on the left. 2 receivers on the right make that 3 as Smythe screens to Naza. As he cuts inside, gets a block, has the 20 to the 15, lumbering to the 13, and still short of the first down, but got a big chunk back. Parker Brandenburg on the tackle. That's a gain of 16 and a more manageable 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, look at the offensive line. Did a really good job getting out in front of this screen. And how about Will Naza cutting the ball back to the inside there? That's just doing a great job of using your blocks, reading where they're going to be at. Get behind those big guys. Use them as much as you possibly can. Good bounce back that time by the Titans. Tough call a moment ago. Bounce right back and get some positive yardage.
J.B. Cruz that goes in motion. Now lines up in the slot on the right side on 3rd and 4. The handoff going to Kent. Got hit at the line and cannot escape. And he gets taken down for a loss. With the tackle bear, Javier Young, the freshman from Worth, Illinois. And the Titans now with a 4th and 5 at the 14.
Let's go offense!
And one of the things the Titans are going to have to be able to do is handle that defensive line up front, but also those offensive linemen are going to have to get to that second level. Good penetration by the linebackers that time for Elmhurst, able to get into that backfield and slow down Danny Kent. Big 4th down here for Illinois Wesleyan. We'll see if they come back to that I formation or they really try to spread things out. Hey, very similar formation to what we saw a moment ago for Elmhurst, and now Coach Williamson is going to call timeout.
Key play in the game here with 8:59 remaining in the first half. Elmhurst leading 6-0. Second timeout taken by the Titans in a drive that goes all the way back to the 3-yard line after they stopped the Blue Jays on a 4th and goal. So they've gone 83 yards in 12 plays, almost all of it on the ground. Certainly all of their success in this drive has come on the ground, but harder to pull that off on a 4th and 5.
Yeah, also interesting, that fake punt gobbled up most of the yards in this drive as well. So Illinois Wesleyan kind of pulling out a couple things from their bag of tricks, trying to keep this offense alive. Coming into the day, you would really hope they'd be able to control Elmhurst at the line of scrimmage, really be able to dominate between the tackles, be able to gash this defense. That has not developed here so far. Give the Blue Jays a ton of credit. So far, they've been the better team on the field here in the first half. I got a replay right here. There's the rollout by Smythe looking downfield. He takes off to be able to get inside the 15, and there was that flag against Will Naza, really one of the key plays on this particular drive.
3 receivers on 4th and 5. Smythe gets it off in time, and he hits his man. That's Naza for first down. Extends to the 5. A gain of 9 at a big Titan first down.
And we're going to see Dermot Smythe doing a nice job hanging into that pocket right there. Take a look at the pressure the Blue Jays get here on Dermot Smythe, and look at the junior quarterback hang in there and find his man on the in route and able to get that first down. Really nice job by Dermot Smythe.
Now Titans look to punch it in for a 1st and goal at the 5-yard line.
Let's see if we see that I formation here from Illinois Wesleyan. We've seen a lot of power packages.
They got Vetter in the backfield over the Danny Kent, who's standing back at the 12-yard line. It's a play fake. Smythe rolling to the right, floats the ball to the near side, has a man wide open, and he cannot hang on. Cooper King went through his hands at the goal line.
A little bit of a wobbly pass that time by Dermot Smythe, but still right on the money. And Cooper King will catch that ball probably 90% of the time. Just didn't catch it that time, unfortunately, for Illinois Wesleyan. If you take a look at the replay, really nice job. It's the play fake that is so good. That play fake right there. He sold it. He knew exactly where the ball needed to go. Dermot Smythe never even saw the receiver. Just had to hope he was open on that particular play, but it's something they probably run over and over again. Knew that Cooper King was going to be open. Coming off that line of scrimmage, just couldn't hang on to the football. Nothing you can do about it now. Just go back and make the next play.
Let's see if they can pick up their teammate here on 2nd and goal. Play fake for Smythe. Stands tall for the pocket. Has a man. Krusik for the Illinois Wesleyan touchdown.
Cooper King was wide open again. He was wide open in the middle of the field, but ends up going down to G.B. Krusik, the 6'2 sophomore. Gets his first touchdown right there. That's good to see right there. The converted corner coming over, catching the pass to put the Titans on the board. And take a look at the replay. Tight end wide open, but decides to go to the outside, and Krusik did a nice job running that route right near the goal line. Pass was perfect, and you can see on that particular drive, you really saw the junior quarterback shine for the Titans.
A.J. Vavrick going to attempt the extra point. The freshman from Lyons Township. The snap is there. The hold is down. And the kick is up. And it is good with 8:06 remaining in the first half. Illinois Wesleyan takes its first lead of the day on a drive that took 8 minutes and 37 seconds. They go 97 yards in 15 plays with a true crucial fourth down conversions, I should say. And remember, this is after the Blue Jays were on the doorstep to taking a 2-touchdown lead in the first quarter.
Yeah, it seemed like the Titans had to work awfully hard for that touchdown.
Yeah.
They really had to work hard against that Blue Jay defense. And just to kind of put that in perspective, Illinois Wesleyan had some tremendously long runs and short drives a year ago where they really pounded Elmhurst up front. This has been a much different game here so far today. Got to tip your cap to Elmhurst. They have really come in and played well. Really have outplayed the Titans here so far in this first half. Probably should be in the lead at this point. Fortunately for the Titans, able to put together a nice offensive drive right there and now have a 7-6 lead.
All right, Titans, you got to kick it away. It's going to be Lax Sullivan, who has handled their kickoffs. David Montiel and Preston Samard are back deep. It'll be Montiel backpedaling at the 5-yard line just inside the numbers, heads toward the middle of the field, has the 10 and not quite to the 15 as he got flattened at about the 12-yard line. And the tackle there by Sam Keller for Illinois Wesleyan.
That ball, that was well kicked right there. Got it over towards the sideline. And take a look at the return. Nice job by the coverage team getting downfield and able to hold him inside the 15-yard line. Well done that time by the Titans. Definitely had a momentum shift. And, Eric, I think it really started with that fake punt. Anytime you give up a fake punt for that amount of yardage where they're able to get now into your territory, it's really deflating on, especially for a defense. Boy, you think, well, we're off the field. Boy, fake punts are hard to deal with.
Odom quick here to the far side, makes the connection, but for a short pickup. That play goes for about 4 yards. A.D. Russell there on the catch, but hit immediately. That's a gain of about 5 to the 18.
We're going to find out a lot about Elmhurst here in the next couple of drives, a program that has struggled to win in the CCIW. Can they keep it going now? Will this momentum shift continue to move the Titans into trying to take control of this contest?
2nd and 5 of the 18. Blue Jays going left to right here in the second, midway through period number 2, with Illinois Wesleyan on top 7-6. 2 receivers on the right and 1 to the left. Elms in the backfield, and it's a play fake to him. On the slant, it's a little high for Russell. Thrown into double coverage. Sebastian Thomas, the corner, there in coverage.
Yeah, that pass is right on the money. Boy, it's going to, Russell looked like he was going to split the corner and the safety on that particular play. Just too much heat on that pass. Take a look at the replay right here. Nice slant to the inside, and just a little bit too high there for Russell. And kind of looking at that replay, is pretty well done on the backside as Lappin had good coverage coming over from that safety spot.
Odom 7 of 11 passing today under pressure. Unloads just in time, and he threw it a little low. Receiver scrambling back to the football. That's Seth Desmore, and he was well covered.
Yeah, Ryan Umbarger did a nice job. Coming from the edge right there, was coming from the backside. So the momentum built by the offense for the Titans now carries over to the defense. Boy, Elmhurst in this quarter was driving to try to get a 2-score lead in this contest. Had a legitimate chance to put points on the board. All of a sudden, we've seen a major momentum shift here over to the Titans, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
Gino Oristano, a sophomore from Lake Park, on to punt at his own 4-yard line. Titans have 2 men deep to receive on this 4th and 5 snap, and Oristano gets it away. And Lappin with a fair catch taken to the 42-yard line. He had a little bit of daylight, but makes the fair catch on the punt of 40 yards. Still, the Titans set up with good field position at their own 42-yard line after they went the length of the field for a touchdown in their last drive.
Yeah. Fortunately for the Titans right there, Lappin had a lot of room in front of him to return. It was a low-line drive punt. It wasn't a very good punt. It's one of those punts that's really hard to cover. As a guy receiving, it's going to have a lot of room in front of him. Unfortunately, the fair catch right there, but still good field position for the Titans. Eric, we saw in the last series, the Titans were really persistent in the run game. They kept on running the football, trying to wear down the front of the Blue Jays. We'll see if that continues, or you might see some play action from Illinois Wesleyan if things open up more on the backside.
First down at the 42 at far hash. They're going right to left with 3 receivers in the formation. A handoff to Kent on the draw. Spins out of a tackle, and that doesn't get him much more. Picks up maybe a yard before he gets driven back at about the 43. A number of Blue Jay tacklers in on that play.
Now, it'll be interesting to see how many guys Elmhurst will stick in the box on this series. Illinois Wesleyan scoring on their last drive. And if that play action starts to open up a little bit here for the Titans to take a shot downfield, take a look at the safeties on the backside. How much are they rolling up near the line of scrimmage to try to help with that run game? We'll see if they can sneak a receiver down behind them.
2nd and 8 at the 44-yard line. As King goes into motion to the near side, there are 4 receivers in this formation. Smythe flushed out of the pocket to his left. He's going to tuck it away and scramble out of bounds as he takes an angle to the sideline and out at about the 46 for a gain of 2. Directed out by Mason Allen, the freshman linebacker from Hampshire, Illinois. And the Titans looking at 3rd down and 6 with 6:19 remaining until halftime.
You have to be impressed by this Elmhurst defense here this afternoon. A defense that gave up a ton of points a year ago. Gave up 30 against Rockford last week. A lot of those came in the second half, but they have been really sound here against Illinois Wesleyan. Even on the one touchdown drive the Titans had, boy, they had to work hard to be able to get it.
3rd and 6. 6 minutes till halftime. Titans up by 1. From the pocket. Smythe floats the ball over the middle. Hits Naza right in stride. Turns on the Jets. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown to Illinois Wesleyan. A 54-yard strike.
Yeah, Will Naza able to haul that one in, but kudos to the offensive line. If we see a replay here, look at the pocket for Dermot Smythe. The offensive line does a great job holding up. Takes a while for this play to develop, but look at the offensive line. Plenty of time to be able to throw the football, and that was an absolute strike, and Will Naza knew exactly what to do with it.
As you had said, that the Titans were running the football consistently, setting up the big pass play, and it comes on a 3rd down. They get the conversion that goes 54 yards for the score. The extra point by A.J. Vavrick is good, and Illinois Wesleyan scoring in much more expedient fashion here. 3 plays, 58 yards. After they had the football for almost 8 minutes on their last drive, but the result is the same, and Illinois Wesleyan takes a 14-6 lead with a 5:48 to go in the first half.
Yeah, finally able to hit on that big play, exactly what the Titans needed, but you know, you got to give credit to the coaching staff. They were persistent with the ground game, trying to establish something at the line of scrimmage. We talked about for both teams, that was going to be the key to the game, who was going to be able to run the football. I've been impressed, though, with Elmhurst's ability to be able to run the ball here so far in this contest. You know, Illinois Wesleyan's got all the momentum, but if you're the Blue Jays right now, it's 5:48 to go in the second quarter. You're only down 14-6. You're very much in this ball game. I think maybe where you kind of wanted to be here late in the first half.
Second touchdown pass so far for Smythe, and the first one for Naza. And a big-time hit on the return out across the 32. Ryan Umbarger, it feels like there's 11 Ryan Umbargers out there when the Titans are on special teams, because he is doing it all at another big-time hit at the 22-yard line for the Titans.
Let's take a look at the hit right here, and wow, that is a collision right there, coming down full speed, and the junior linebacker getting his money's worth on special teams right there. And many times special teams and the strength of your special teams really shows the depth of your program. How many really good players you have on the backside, maybe some non-starters getting a lot of time on special teams. And the Titans doing a nice job here in this quarter.
On the delay to Elms, up the middle, gets across the 30 and taken down to the 33. Tripped up by Joey DeMeo, the junior from Lamont Township. A solid gain of 9 on first down.
Yeah, nice job that time by Elmhurst. Boy, that delayed draw right there. The goal is to get those defensive ends up the field, handle the nose guard right in the front there, and Elms did a nice job of finding some yardage.
Low snap on second and short. Now Elms out of the backfield makes the catch and turns upfield, gets across the 40 and pushed out of bounds at the far side near the 44. Directed out by Ian Whitaker, the junior from Central Catholic. It's a gain of 11 and a first down for the Blue Jays. Gain of 10, actually.
Last week it was Mason Leach leaking out of the backfield for Elmhurst. It's Elms this week. Leach had over 120 yards receiving last week against Rockford from that backfield position. Haven't seen him on the field yet, but boy, Jeffrey Elms has done a nice job. I'm impressed with the freshman tailback.
Under 5 minutes to go in the half. Titans lead 14-6. They'll bring a 3-man front on first down. Odom over the middle, a little high, and it's incomplete and nearly intercepted. Threw the ball into tight coverage, and it was Nathan Frank, the junior from Hoffman Estates, who had a hand on it on the pass intended for David Montiel, the freshman from Fort Myers, Florida.
See if this ball was tipped a little bit out of the line of scrimmage. It certainly had to get a little air underneath it to be able to get over the defensive line. Pass just a little bit too high. I wasn't sure if one of those defensive linemen might have just gotten a tiny little piece of that one as it was coming out.
4 receivers on 2nd and 10. Play fake to Elms over the middle. Hits his man. That's Russell for the first down. Spins out of a tackle and gets upfield to the 43. Tackled by Lucas Lappin with Sebastian Thomas. And that's a gain of 13 for a Blue Jay first down.
You can see the confidence, though, that John Odom has back there. Confident quarterback, a lot of experience. Boy, he gets that ball out quickly on that particular play and a first down. for the Blue Jays. 400 passing yards for Odom last week against Rockford. Obviously a step up in opponent here this afternoon, but Odom getting the job done here on this drive.
Yeah, 36 completions on 4 touchdowns last week. Floats the ball to the far side in single coverage. Receiver going back to get it. Can't, and nearly intercepted. Sebastian Thomas cut back on the route and nearly ended up with the interception.
That ball was underthrown that time to the far side, and fortunately for Elmhurst, Thomas came down out of bounds on that particular play. Good coverage by the Titans downfield. Good look at this right here. You can see the ball going over the top to the far side, and just could not get down inbounds right there. Incomplete.
Ball knocked up into the air and incomplete. Ball tipped as Odom had to get rid of the football in a hurry.
I think Nathan Schmidt, number 97, got a hand on that one right there. He's coming off the right side, the 6'4 junior. Take a look at that one. Yep, and Schmidt did a nice job getting right in the face of Odom. And unfortunately for the Titans, that ball hits the turf. A couple nice defensive plays here now for Illinois Wesleyan. 3rd and 10. See what the Titans do defensively. You can see the 3-down linemen there. Who are they going to bring from that backfield? Are they going to drop those linebackers into coverage? You can see the safeties running a shell on the backside here. You got 4 guys back there in that secondary. We'll see what kind of pressure they can put on the quarterback.
Blue Jays are 1 for 4 on 3rd down. On 3rd and 10, throws over the middle in tight coverage, and is it intercepted? They say it's incomplete. Nathan Frank claiming to have had the pick. They've come close a couple of times here on this drive, but they do get the 3rd down stop, and the Blue Jays will have to punt.
And we'll take another look at it here in just a second. Here's the replay. You can see Odom, great job dropping into coverage by the Titans. Ball up in the air, and like that might have been a pick right there. Unfortunately for Illinois Wesleyan, might have come up with that, but we'd have to take a look at that a few times to be able to tell for sure. The official is actually the back judge who made the call. I think he probably had the worst angle of anybody to be able to see it. And unfortunately for the Titans, called an incompletion.
Will Naza back to receive along with Lucas Lappin. Well, a low snap there to Gino Oristano, and a fair catch taken here by Lappin as he backs up inside the 10 to about the 9, where he makes the catch after the punt of 34 yards. And the Titans deep in their own territory with the touchdowns on their last 2 possessions. A long way to go here with 3:45 remaining in the first half, and it looks like this is a case where at least just get a couple of first downs. Then you start thinking about going the length of the field.
Yeah, that's a good point, Eric. It would be interesting to see what the play calling is now coming out of that huddle. We talked about the persistence in the ground game. They stay with that here, 3:45 to go in the half. And I'm with you in this particular spot right here. Field position is so important, especially trying to avoid a turnover. The only score Elmhurst has so far in the contest is a pick 6.
Smythe goes under center with the 2 men in the backfield. Man going into motion. The handoff goes to Kent off to the left side, has the 10 to the 15, out to the 20, 26-yard line. Tripped up after a big gainer, about 17 yards. Ethan Koloff, a junior linebacker from Antioch, got it from behind. A gain of 16.
That might have been the best hole so far that Danny Kent has seen all day. Watch this hole off the left side. Really developed nicely by the Titans. Good kick-out block on the defensive end. Really nice job that time by the offensive line. You know, there's runs where the running back has to make it happen, and sometimes it is the offensive line just moving people around, and that was the case right there.
And Vetter goes into motion now, joining Kent in the backfield on this first down play from the 25. It's a play fake screen to the near side. He's open. That's King. Has the 30, 35, 40. Down the sidelines. Blockers out in front. Down the sidelines. Cut down at the 34. A first down. A gain of 41. Pushed out of bounds by Ryan Burton, the junior from Palatine, but a big gainer for Illinois Wesleyan.
You're going to see Dermot Smythe does a great job selling it right. It's that play action right there. Everybody's going to the far side. They swing it back to the near side of the field. The big guy's getting some blocks downfield, and boy, it would have been nice to see Cooper King take that one to the house after having that drop earlier. Boy, he'd love to have that one back. The Titans still scored a touchdown in that particular possession, but it would nice to have seen the tight end right there take it all the way, but had to settle for getting all the way down to the 32.
Got 43 yards, 2 big plays. They are now on the march. 2:27 to go in the half. As the sun begins to shine here at Tucci Stadium, it's a play fake at a keeper here for Smythe. Slips out of a tackle and squirts away to the 27. looked like he was trapped in the backfield and turned it into a 5-yard gain as he continues to be elusive. And they actually gave him close to 6.
Yeah, you're hoping on that read right there. The defensive end is not there when you pull it out, and he was right there. Really nice job by Elmhurst staying home on the backside, and now we're going to get a timeout here by Illinois Wesleyan trying to preserve. Oh, it got that 2-minute timeout. Sneaking up on us right there.
So 14-6 our score as we get ready for the fan cam here at Tucci Stadium. Good to see the fans coming back as after they had to seek shelter a short time ago as we had the weather delay. And that's why if you're just joining us now and wondering why we are still in the first half, we had to suspend play for close to 40 minutes. But the fans are now back out in full force. Good crowd making the way here from Elmhurst as they have a lot of excitement in their football program now after improvement in the last couple of years. A win in the opener last week and a good start today before the Titans pulled off the last 2 touchdowns. Well, Titan fans, you can help make a difference for Illinois Wesleyan athletics by supporting the Titan Athletics Fund. You're helping provide opportunities for student athletes to succeed both on and off the field. Every gift strengthens our programs, facilities, and the overall Titan experience. If you'd like to support the free live streams of every Titan Athletics event, simply select the Athletic Communications Department when making your gift. So it's quick and easy at iwsports.com. Click on Support the Titans. Join us in keeping Titan pride strong today and for generations to come. Titans at the 27-yard line of the Blue Jays, a 2nd and 5 with 1 receiver on the left and 2 to the right. Smythe with a short drop from the pocket, looking. He's going to take off, has some room, has the 25 to the 20, and motors out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Enough for a first down, an advance of 7.
Yeah, it's pretty much those 5 guys up front there for Elmhurst trying to put pressure on Dermot Smythe. Everybody else has dropped out deep in coverage. That left the middle of the field open. And Smythe did a nice job of getting himself out of bounds. Preserve as much time as you possibly can on that particular play. So good job by the junior quarterback. Illinois Wesleyan has 1 timeout in their hip pocket. Boy, you'd love to see a touchdown here and take some control of this game going into halftime.
Second chance of the red zone today. They punched it in the first time, a first down with 1:52 until halftime. King goes into motion to the far side. 3 receivers in the formation with the Kent to the left of Smythe, and we got some movement in the backfield for
a timeout.
Illinois Wesleyan. Actually, they did call timeout.
That's their last one. Boy, that is a tough one to burn. I'm sure Coach Williamson is not happy at all about that. Love to have one in your hip pocket here, especially this late in the half as you get down into the red zone. Well, that's unfortunate right there for Illinois Wesleyan.
1:52 left. At least they're close enough to where you would think they would have enough snaps in less than 2 minutes that they could punch it in or kick a field goal or whatever. But, of course, you would like that extra opportunity for another 20 to 30 seconds if you were to need it.
Yeah, and also when you do have that timeout in your hip pocket, if you get yourself in certain situations, it keeps the run game as an option for you. And that is always a nice thing to have to keep the defense back on their heels as much as possible, especially as you get down in the red zone here. It's always a nice thing to have, and Titans will have to play without it now here as get down close to the red zone here with another chance to be able to score.
Especially as much as they have relied on the running game today. 126 yards on the ground and 21 carries. That's 6 yards a pop as King goes in motion to the far side. Smythe flips it underneath to Naza. Slipping a tackle on the screen. Extends to the 14 for a gain of 6. One of the down linemen brought him down. That's Ethan Stewart, senior from Lockport Township. It's a gain of 6. And now 2nd down and 4.
You can see the Titans setting up that screen to the outside. Pretty good job by the Blue Jays being able to rally to the ball. And Ethan Stewart then getting off that line of scrimmage right there to be able to make the tackle for Elmhurst. We've seen the Titans set up a lot of screens, a lot of different players here so far in this first half, trying to take advantage of a lot of guys in the box for Elmhurst.
1:12 to go in the half clock, running 2nd and 4. Smythe from the pocket, rainbows to the near side for Krusek. And he only had one hand to try to make a play in the football. Jonathan Wells, the freshman from Elgin, was in coverage. And Krusek got a touchdown earlier and didn't get a chance to get both hands of the ball there.
I think you're just throwing that one up there and hoping that 6'2" can bring it down in the corner of the end zone. Really well defended that time by the Blue Jays in the corner of the end zone. And now it's going to bring up a third down here for the Titans. Still 1:05 to go in the half. I think the run game is very much still an option for you here. You got plenty of time to get back to the line of scrimmage. And now we see a whistle that's going to blow the play dead, and Elmhurst is going to take a timeout.
That's their first. A 3rd and 4 coming up here from the 14-yard line with 1:05 to go.
I think both coaches understand how important this drive is here right at the end of the half. Boy, if you're Elmhurst, if you can go into halftime down 14-6, maybe just down 17-6, very much still in the ball game, especially for a team that's had some impressive drives so far in the half. Maybe should have probably left some points off the scoreboard on some earlier drives and find themselves very much in the contest. The momentum has certainly shifted in the first half. It was all Elmhurst early on. It seems like that fake punch really took advantage that the Titans had and really kind of set Elmhurst back on their heels the rest of the half. I'm not sure they have quite recovered from that here, as Illinois Wesleyan has found it on the offensive end, and Elmhurst has had a little harder time moving the ball offensively.
Yeah, Titans went the length of the field after that 4-down stop, got a big play for a touchdown on their last drive. This one here, again, they started inside their own 10. They've gotten all the way to the Elmhurst 14. 1:05 left in the half. A 3rd and 4 for Wesleyan. One receiver at the left and 2 to the right. Pass over the middle, wide open. Hits Naza in stride in the end zone. Touchdown to Illinois Wesleyan.
Boy, Will Naza, who has been the best receiver for Illinois Wesleyan so far this year, boy, he finds himself absolutely wide open in the end zone. And the pass right on the money by Dermot Smythe. Take a look at it again. Naza's going to come from the inside, just running that slot position. They just let him go. He is absolutely wide open. That's a blow in coverage that time by the Blue Jays. Nobody picked up Naza out of the slot right there. Easy pitch and catch, and another score.
A.J. Vavrick on to attempt the extra point. Knocks it inside the right upright off the hold from Matt Worthington. And the snap from Matt Hansen as Illinois Wesleyan with another 90-plus yard drive in the second quarter. They go 91 yards in 7 plays. The big play, a 43-yard run that got them deep into Elmhurst territory. It was Danny Kent, if I recall. And a couple plays later, they punch it in. That's 3 touchdown passes this afternoon for Dermot Smythe. And we mentioned the last 2 years against the Blue Jays had 3 rushing touchdowns in both of those games. And hey, you'll take it either way, right? But it's good to see the passing game working as efficiently, as effectively as it can so far today.
Yeah, and especially for a team that obviously their best receiver from last year, Jimmy Dacey, still has not seen any action so far this year, and hopefully going to be getting Jimmy Dacey back in action here over the next few weeks. But it's a young receiving core, and Dermot has done a nice job with those guys.
David Montiel running to the wide side of the field, gets across the 15. Boy, that's a lot of east-west. Didn't get much north-south as he is taken down to the 15 with a tackle by Sam Keller with under a minute to go in the first half. And I guess in that instance, you're thinking either a huge run back or you just take a snap and wait till the second half.
Yeah, we'll see what Elmhurst decides to do. It's definitely been an up-and-down first half for the Titans, but where the kick coverage team has been consistently good here, not giving Elmhurst any type of field position on a lot of their drives. And we'll see what they decide to do, whether spreading things out.
Yeah, Odom standing back at his own 10-yard line, 55 seconds to go. They're down 21-7. It's an option, and the keeper here for Odom, he's in some trouble, and he's exposed as he takes a hit back at the 11-yard line for a loss of 4.
Yeah, we'll see how much urgency there's going to be here from the Blue Jays. They do try to line up at the line of scrimmage quickly. The time running out here in the first half.
Second down, 13, Elmhurst from its own 12.
Now 30 seconds until the break. Second and 13 back at their own 12.
And I think the way Elmhurst is reacting here answers all your questions about what they're planning on doing here at the end of the half.
And they'll have to snap at least one more time on 2nd and long.
Yeah, Titans have no way to stop the clock here.
Man goes into motion. Now on the ground to Elms. Elms up the middle. Hansen was waiting for him, gets him a hug and puts him to the turf at the 16 for a gain of 4 as the half comes to a close. And what a turnaround in the second quarter. Illinois Wesleyan dodges a weather break, and they come out like a new team. Down 6-0 midway through the first quarter. They get a bounce back, 4th down stop, go the length of the field, the first of 3 consecutive scoring drives for Illinois Wesleyan. They take a 21-6 lead into the locker room on the CCIW opening Saturday.
Yeah, it was an interesting first half. You know, at one point in the first half, Elmhurst is up 6-0, and they're on the doorstep to put another touchdown on the board. They've got a 4th down and 2, and bad snap, fumbled snap. Illinois Wesleyan gets a stop. Then the fake punt happens. The Titans go down and score. So certainly up and down in the first half. Give Elmhurst a lot of credit. They have hung in there. And boy, they had the Titans in some trouble in that first half at certain points. Illinois Wesleyan able to keep the ground game going. And in the end, take a 21-6 lead going into the halftime.
We'll take our halftime break, and when we come back, we'll look at other CCIW action here today, and we will talk with Mike Murray, Illinois Wesleyan defensive coordinator, associate head coach, and the man who guided these Blue Jays for the last couple of years before returning to Bloomington. That is coming up after this break. This is Illinois Wesleyan Titan football on 881 FM, WESN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW network.
Why is Illinois Wesleyan the #1 school in Illinois for jobs? Maybe it's because we're the AND University. That's right, A-N-D. And. Here you can explore the arts and study in a pre-professional program, double major, and play a sport, do an internship, and study abroad. Your opportunities are endless. Set yourself apart with a degree from Illinois Wesleyan.
OSF Healthcare Cardiovascular Institute has been named one of the top hospital systems in the country for heart care. This prestigious award by the American College of Cardiology comes from our commitment to providing the highest quality of care. From general cardiology to complex surgeries and the latest technology. Nationally recognized heart care right here. OSF Healthcare Cardiovascular Institute.
Welcome back to Tucci Stadium in Bloomington. Eric Stock with Joel Swanson, 21-6. Our halftime score. We mentioned today the through line in today's story for both of these teams is the man who guided the Blue Jays the last couple of years, but is back in Bloomington as the associate head coach and defensive coordinator under Jared Williamson. We talked earlier this week with Illinois Wesleyan's Mike Murray. Well, Coach Murray, did you ever imagine you would be back at Illinois Wesleyan for a third time? I guess fourth if we count your undergrad years?
Right, my playing days, you got to count those too. If I said no, that wouldn't be honest. I mean, I thought, always getting the chance to come back. It's home for me. All of my siblings went here. My wife went here. 2 of our kids went here. So just the right combination of the things worked themselves out. And with Coach Williamson being here before, when he's the one that got the head job, then it made a lot of sense to get the band back together.
Sure. And I want to get into the relationship here in a bit, but you left a head coaching job at Elmhurst where you were setting the foundation, building towards something, had some success. How hard was that to step away? And what was that conversation like?
Yeah, so it wasn't anything we planned, like, hey, let's go here for a couple years. Because I wasn't, dreamed to come back in some capacity to Wesleyan, but really thought probably those opportunities maybe weren't there. So it was my opportunity to be a head coach in the CCIW, which is, again, home to me, the CCIW. So great opportunity when that presented itself. But then leaving, again, I've told people if you have to ask, you don't understand. If you have to ask about, why would you leave a head job to come back to Wesleyan? Then those people just don't understand that this place doesn't exist in the real world. Wesleyan's kind of a fantasy land, and so getting the chance to come back was really incredible.
So let's enlarge on that. Fantasy land.
Yeah, it's just there's so many advantages we have here. So many assets that aren't available at other schools like us. And from facilities to academic reputation, from location, from our unbelievable alumni base, and not just Wesleyan alumni base, but specifically football alumni base or Titan athletics alumni base. And there's so many schools that just don't have anything to compare that to. And so I think it is something that doesn't really exist in many places, and so the opportunity to come back and kind of finish my career here is really cool.
So there will not be a fifth stop at Illinois Wesleyan, I guess. You're here to stay.
Yes, I think this will be the last stop. I don't think that's just my decision, but I think my family's decision too.
Understood. So what is it like to look across the field and see the program that you would help develop the last 2 years?
Yeah, that'll be hard. There's really some great kids over there. When you recruit them to your school, you develop a great relationship with them. And they were they have a January short term there. So when I left, not necessarily all of them were there to really, share a goodbye with. So yeah, it'll be fun to see those guys, show up and hopefully rekindle, some great times that we had together.
So as you said, this is like getting the band back together. You and Coach Williamson have quite a history going back almost 2 decades. Started here at Illinois Wesleyan almost 20 years ago. He had talked about how the two of you were close. You shared an office, and I guess there was a blow up early on. You guys came at it, and then you guys were so tight after that. How would you characterize the early stages of your relationship and how it's developed to today?
Yeah, I forget about the blow up. So it was all candy and cakes for me. No, he was right out of college and having his first coaching experience. Very eager to learn and very, very high football IQ. And just imagine 4 years after you get out of college playing, a school calls you to start a football program. Mm-hmm. So that tells you about his football IQ, his maturity, how he handles himself. So he's a great fit to be our leader here, to be the head coach at Illinois Wesleyan. So when I had the opportunity to hook back up with him away from Wesleyan, it was like getting the band back together and really trying to help him, move his program forward. I was watching it from afar as he built it from scratch. You can imagine not having a kicking tee or a helmet or anything when you go build a program, and he jumped into that scenario and really did a fantastic job. And so those 5 years that I spent with him were really, really valuable. And it was hard to leave, but he understood taking a head coaching job. So when I left to go to Elmhurst, it was with really good feelings.
Aside from being the defensive coordinator and associate head coach, I imagine you're a mentor to him. How do you see yourself in that role, and how are you involved or helping him make the head coaching decisions?
Yeah, I don't know. Mentor is the role. It's really I think it's more of a conduit type of a role. I've got so many generations of relationships of guys that have come through here, and the Wesleyan way is, in the last 70 71 or 2 years. There have been 2 head coaches, so those relationships have been very similar. Well, I'm sorry, those experiences for those players have been so similar, and the generations of players that know each other because of the commonality of their football experience here. I kind of think part of my role is to be the conduit to Coach Williamson, to let him know hey, this guy is such and such. Here's what he did, and share stories with him of some of the past athletes, football players, that he didn't experience, because he experienced a great group when he was here, but there was some unbelievable guys before him and after that I still had crossovers with. And so collectively it's
But we were fortunate to avoid any of the storms. However, we really didn't get any of the cooling off or any of the rain, at least not here specifically at our location. But it sounds like it just missed us to the north and to the south. Anyway, play resumed at about 2 o'clock, midway through the first quarter, and Elmhurst had a 6-0 lead. They were driving to take a 2-score advantage. They got stopped on a broken play on 4th down. Late in the first quarter, that was the turning point. Illinois Wesleyan marched the length of the field, going 97 yards into 15 plays. Dermot Smythe connected with J.B. Kruzik for a 7-6 lead. They would score on only 3 plays, going 58 yards in their next drive, as Smythe connected with Will Naza for 54 yards. And then they would go length of the field again, 90 yards in 7 plays. with 1:01 to go in the first half. Will Naza with the second touchdown reception of the game from Dermot Smythe, and Illinois Wesleyan now with a 21-6 lead, and statistically a pretty decided advantage in terms of yardage, 307 to 129 after Elmhurst got the ball moving in the first half but left some points on the field, and that's coming back to haunt them now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It was an interesting decision. It was a 4th down and 2. They were inside the 5-yard line, decided not to take the points with the field goal. And, you know, when you're a team on the road trying to pull off an upset, you can see why, hey, going for that touchdown does make a tremendous amount of sense, especially in that part of the game where they had all the momentum in the world. That really was a turning point. Illinois Wesleyan able to get the stop. And unfortunately for the Blue Jays, as you mentioned, Eric, it was a broken play that really cost them in that particular situation.
Well, and to me, I have no problem with making the other team go 97 yards. They did in this case, but it seems like that is
down in 2. They were inside the 5-yard line, decided not to take the points with the field goal. And when you're a team
sake, they did do that, and their offense has been rolling ever since. Again, 307 yards of offense.
Part of the game where they had all the momentum in the world, that really was a turning point. Illinois Wesleyan able to get the stop, and unfortunately for the Blue Jays, as you mentioned, Eric, it was a broken play.
3 touchdowns, connecting with Will Naza 6 times for 106. Malik Gray 2 for 27. Cooper King 1 for 43 yards, and Gruzik had 1 for 5 yards going for the touchdown. Danny Kent, their leading rusher, had his first game back, 10 carries, 62 yards. Ryan Umbarger, we didn't mention this, had a 28-yard run on the 4th down fake deep in their Titans' own territory in that first scoring drive. Big part of that transition that got Illinois Wesleyan really in an offensive groove. Dermot Smythe had 4 carries for 20 yards. Malik Gray had 3 for 11. Blue Jays with 129 yards of offense. John Odom, 9 of 17 for 85 yards. Jeffrey Elms, 7 carries for 28 yards. And A.D. Russell, their leading receiver, 4 catches for 39. Fair catch taken to the opening kick of the second half. Will Naza takes it at the 24-yard line, and the Titans will start with the football to begin the third quarter.
Interesting, they called the fair catch right there. It looked like Will Naza would have some room to be able to run. So we'll see the Titan offense on the field here once again. 3 consecutive scoring drives to end the half, and we'll see if they can keep that going here, keep that momentum going. Looked awfully good with the football. Dermot Smythe got red hot there in that second quarter. Boy, it was a second quarter that Illinois Wesleyan wants to build on here in this situation. We'll see if they can dominate the third quarter here as well and try to put Elmhurst away here in the second half.
Now they marketed the 25-yard line. Naza, the receiver at the right, the left rather on the slot. He now goes into motion. It's a fake jet sweep instead. The give goes to Kent with the cutback, turns inside and gains 2 to the 27-yard line. And the tackle there from Malachi Correa, who got the pick 6 early in this game.
Yeah, it might have been a defensive front that was a little worn down by the end of that second half. We'll see if they find a little bit more steam here, start half number 2. The Blue Jays just need to be able to figure out a way to get a stop and get off the field. Titans were persistent in the ground game early in the first half, opened up the passing game as the first half went along.
Kent to the left of Smythe, who's 5 yards deep on second down to give to Kent. Kent off to the right side and could not escape the grasp of the tackler with the 28, a 1-yard pickup. Ryan Burton there to get to him, and it's 3rd and 7 for Wesleyan.
Yeah, we see once again persistence in the ground game here for the Titans to start the second half. Now on 3rd down, be interesting to see what play call we see. The play action was effective as that second quarter went along. See if we see a little bit more of that. A little harder to get those linebackers to bite with the play action on the 3rd down and 7, though. We'll see what the call is.
Titans are 3 of 6 on 3rd downs today. They deploy 2 receivers to the left. King goes into motion to the tight end. 1 receiver on the right at the numbers. On 3rd down and 7. Short drop for Smythe. Looks to the near side. Makes the connection to Gruzik. Pushed out of bounds at the 39. That's a first down, a gain of 11. With a stop by Jonathan Wells as the Titans convert another 3rd down.
A nice job by Gruzik. One on the corner off downfield. Good stop that time. Interesting, there was a lot of cushion given here on the near side, especially on a 3rd down and 7 play. I don't know exactly where the marker is. surprised that the defensive back backpedaled that far and gave up that much room.
Titans go to the I formation on 1st and 10 from the 39. 2 receivers on the left. It'll be Kent on the carry. He looks for a seam, shuffles through the 40, 45, has a first down and more into Blue Jay territory. Right up the gut, gashes them for 16 yards into Blue Jay territory. A first down at the 45.
Yeah, again, that was a nice patient run right there. Take a good look at it on the replay. Not much there at first. Good patient run, though. Let those holes open up in front of him. And Danny Kent able to get upfield and into Elmhurst territory. Got an injured Blue Jay now down on the play. And hopefully that young man will be okay and get back in the lineup here quickly. Gives the Titans a chance to get a little bit of a break. It's not an overly hot day, but it certainly is humid out there, and it'll take its toll on everybody.
Yeah, you wonder about cramps on a day like this. Typically something you think about the first week or two of the season. We're still in late September, but still feels like summer out there. And maybe that's a possibility, especially since these guys have had to stop and restart twice now. They had the break in the first quarter, another break at halftime, which was somewhat abbreviated. But hopefully he's able to come to his feet soon. And looks like they're going to help him to his feet, and he'll have to hop his way to the sideline. Where that was Parker Brandenburg, the sophomore from Troy, Michigan. He'll head to the sidelines, and play will resume with the Titans at the Blue Jay 45-yard line, leading 21-6.
Titans would love to keep this momentum going. And now we see in that backfield, we see Malik Gray back out there. He did a nice job of getting a lot of guys some time in the backfield here, as Gray will see if he gets another carry in this situation.
Luke Vetter goes in motion to the far side. It's a play fake to Gray. Smythe steps up in the pocket, slips a tackle, ranges to his left on the move. He's going to tuck it away and pedal to the sideline. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage with pursuit coming from Ryan Burton, the linebacker. And it's, let's see where they mark him out of bounds at the 47, so it is a loss of 2. So it's 2nd and 12 now for Wesleyan.
Yeah, the play action certainly didn't slow anybody down that time for Elmhurst getting into that backfield. Dermot Smythe had heavy pressure right away. Offensive line not quite able to pick up Burton there, the linebacker that was coming hard. That made that pass really difficult for Smythe to get off, and had to take the loss of yardage.
Gray to the right of Smythe. King goes into motion to the near side. 3 receivers on 2nd down to 12. Floats the ball to the near side. Has a man open. It's Gray. Downfield, 30, 25, 20. Still on his feet. Inside the 10 to the 5. Touchdown to Illinois Wesleyan. A 47-yard scoring strike to Malik Gray.
Yeah, that looked like a tired defense right there for Elmhurst. A couple guys had a chance at Malik Gray. Nobody could wrap him up. Really good job of slipping Gray that time out of the backfield, able to catch in the flat. Take a look at this right here, and once Gray was able to turn upfield, you can see he can be a problem, as a couple guys had a shot at him, nobody able to bring him down right there for the Elmhurst defense. And number 22 finds the end zone for Illinois Wesleyan, and the Titans have taken control here in the 3rd quarter.
And another great throw right in stride as A.J. Vavrick knocks through another extra point, his 4th today, as Illinois Wesleyan takes a 28-6 lead. The 4th touchdown pass this afternoon for Dermot Smythe.
Well, the Titans, once they got rolling, they have certainly kept it going here now, getting a drive to open up the half to be able to score another touchdown. And we'll see what kind of response that we get from Elmhurst. Boy, they really had a nice about quarter and a half there. Early in the 2nd quarter, the momentum swung over to Illinois Wesleyan, and the Blue Jays just have not been able to get it back. Elmhurst did a nice job in the first quarter and a half, though, of mixing up the run and the pass. They were able to establish the rushing attack. They're going to have to be persistent as well. They're behind at this point by 3 scores. They're going to have to be able to run the football a little bit to be able to keep their quarterback upright here the rest of the way. You can't let those Titan defensive linemen be able to pin their ears back on every single down and get after John Odom.
Titans go 75 yards in 7 plays in 3 minutes and 14 seconds from the opening kickoff. Lax Sullivan, the freshman from Rochester, will kick the ball away. And 2 men back deep to receive. David Amontiel and Preston Simard. And it's going to be Samar to the catch at the 5, gets across the 10 to the 15 to the 20, has a hole up the middle, spins out of a tackle with the 30, near the 35, still on his feet. He gets all the way to the 40-yard line. Actually, that was Julius Maddox on the run back for the Blue Jays. A solid return.
A couple guys getting up slowly here. Yeah, nice return right there. You're going to see a spin here in just a second. Nice job to be able to get upfield again. Able to break some tackles all the way out to the 40-yard line. A couple Titans came off to the sideline.
Lucas Lappin is one being attended to.
Yeah, right around the 32-yard line. Also, Ryan Umbarger came off a little bit gimpy on the play as well. So hopefully we'll see both those guys back in action. But a nice return by the Blue Jays, trying to gather some momentum for themselves. You got to think this is going to be an important drive for them to just try to stay in the game here this afternoon. Boy, once that momentum shifted away from Elmhurst, they have just not been able to recapture it.
Just Thrive Health, founded with deep Titan athletics connections by Illinois Wesleyan baseball alum Billy Anderson and his wife Tina. Proud parents of Titan basketball alumni Nina and Marco. Just Thrive Health, where Titan traditions thrive. 28-6 lead for Wesleyan. First possession of the third quarter for the Blue Jays as they line up at the 40, going right to left in their white and light blue with 2 receivers on the right and 1 on the left. John Odom, 9 of 17 passing in the first half as he stands 5 yards deep, with Jeffrey Elms now shifting to his left. Odom awaits the snap with a 3-man front. Knee-high snap, bobble the football, it's loose, and he dives on it. Got pressure from Nathan Schmidt, the junior from Immaculate Conception, and a loss of 8 on the play.
And we saw Nathan Schmidt have a nice deflection earlier. Take a look at the replay right here. Just trying to drop it off to the back that time. Lost control of the football, is on the turf. Odom did a nice job getting back on it, but a huge loss there on first down.
Yeah, second down and 18 now from the 32. Elms out of the backfield, gets a running start, flips it over the middle when it's caught at the 40, near the 41-yard line for a 9-yard connection to A.D. Russell. Got about half the distance to the first down marker.
Yeah, it looks like he got just about back to the original line of scrimmage here, so it's going to break up a 3rd and 10. Be interesting to see what the Titans do here. Their down linemen have done a better job as the game has gone on to put pressure on Odom. Schmidt's done a nice job. He's up on the left side there, playing that defensive end position, being able to put pressure on the quarterback using his size.
2 receivers at either side. A waist-high snap on 3rd and 10. Odom floats the ball to the far side and overthrown. Good coverage there by Sebastian Thomas, and A.D. Russell didn't really have a chance. And it was the fumble on first down that set that possession in the wrong direction for the Blue Jays, and they'll punt after 3 and out.
Well, the Illinois Wesleyan defense gave up a lot of yards in the first quarter, midway through the second quarter, but they've made it awfully difficult on the Blue Jays ever since.
Number 38, Logan Turney. Deep to receive for the Titans, number 11, Danny Kent. And number 7.
So Logan Turney on the punt. High snap, well over his head. Scrambles back to get it at the 6-yard line. He can still punt it if he can. Heads to the near sideline, tripped up at the 12-yard line. For a big loss, Mo Khalil on the tackle. That is a loss of 28 yards. And Illinois Wesleyan will start this possession in the red zone.
Well, certainly things have turned poorly here for the Blue Jays. Bad snap, but just nowhere to be able to go with the football. Tackled right around the 13-yard line. Special teams have been consistently good for the Titans all day, and certainly making a play right there. It's going to be the 14-yard line is where Illinois Wesleyan will line up here offensively. Terrific field position, and a poor snap right there, costly for the Blue Jays.
So after a bunch of long possessions that netted points, this time they've got a short field at the 14-yard line, up 28-6. Man goes into motion. That's King of the handoff going to Kent. Kent bouncing to the outside and Russell to the ground at the line of scrimmage. Thrown to the turf by Jace Zafiro, junior from Roselle. And it's 2nd down and 10 with 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
And Kent comes out, a little bit of a limp as he heads to the sideline. And Tony Noto, the 5'8 sophomore, will take his place in the backfield. Coach Williamson's been able to shuffle guys in and out in that backfield all afternoon, just trying to keep some guys fresh here as the Titans look to find the end zone again on their 5th straight possession.
J.B. Kruzik, the inside receiver on the right. Michael Barnes Jr., the outside receiver, man in motion to the near side. That's Vetter on 2nd down and 10. Play fake, a rollout here for Smythe. Smythe looking. He'll tuck it away, turns upfield, gets inside the 10, and pedals out of bounds. Inside the 10, marked out at the 8 for a gain of 6. And we have an injured Blue Jay on the far side of the field. 3rd down and 4 coming up at the 8-yard line after this official's timeout with 9:22 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. It's a 3rd stoppage we've had just since halftime where someone has either gotten banged up or cramped or who knows what.
They tried to roll Smythe out that time. Really nobody open downfield. Good job by the Blue Jays covering up those receivers. Well, the rollout can be difficult to be able to cover. Not a real good angle for Smythe to be able to turn it upfield, fortunately for Elmhurst right there. Anytime that quarterback rolls out and gets some space, when you're covering on the backside, it's hard to be able to know whether to roll up when you need to make a tackle or stay with that wide receiver. That can be difficult to do. The Blue Jays covered it very nicely on that particular play.
9:22 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Titans are knocking on the door, leading 28-6, and 9:22 left in the 3rd quarter. Behind schedule here because of the weather delay earlier, so these other games are further along. And North Central was about to finish off Carthage 62-0. They are late in the 4th quarter. Titans will have the Firebirds in their first road game a week from today in Kenosha as the injured Blue Jay player comes to his feet and makes his way to the sidelines. That's Itor Abenye, the senior from Glenbrook North.
An interesting score. The last score that was posted, WashU leads Carroll 34-29. Looks like they're in a weather delay right now. See if there's an update on that one. But 34-29 the last time there's an update with WashU leading Carroll in the 3rd period.
And that's the Titans' next opponent, WashU, in 2 weeks after the Carthage trip as they make their 2 out-of-state trips in the next 2 weeks. 3rd down and 4. Fade to the near side. Has his man. He hangs on. He's got it. Touchdown, Illinois Wesleyan. J.B. Kruzik, the sophomore from Morton, his 2nd touchdown reception of the day. And the Titans punch it in one more time.
And again, we see Illinois Wesleyan using Kruzik's size on the outside at 6'2". Take a look at the replay right here. Kruzik at the bottom of the screen. You're going to run an inside route, but nope, straight go right up the sideline there. Just using that 6'2 frame to go over the top. Well done that time by the Titans. The corner on that side is Jonathan Wells at only 5'9", as the extra point is good. So the Titans had a big height advantage there on the near side, and they took advantage of it.
5 touchdown passes today for Dermot Smythe as they take advantage of a short field, going 14 yards in 3 plays after the bad snap on the punt, after they went the length of the field multiple times in the 2nd quarter. This time not nearly as far to reach pay dirt, and they now lead 35-6. with 9:09 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, we'll see if Elmhurst can hold things together there on that far sideline. Got off to a great start in this game. Got that pick 6 touchdown. We're really on their way in the first half. And Illinois Wesleyan has turned things around. And we'll see if Elmhurst can get something going on this drive to just try to make a game of it here in the second half.
Tuning back are Preston Samard along with Julius Maddox. And Lax Sullivan will run into this one. Fairly short kick. Take it to the 18-yard line near side by Samard. It gets across the 30 to about the 33. A run back of about 5. And Lucas Lappin making the stop here with 9:04 remaining in the 3rd period.
Well, I think if you're Elmhurst, you're just going to have to put a drive together here in this situation. Don't worry about what the scoreboard looks like. Hey, we might be building a little bit towards next week. Let's keep running the football effectively. Let's keep moving some guys up front. Let's see if we can make something happen on this drive. And for the Blue Jays right now, just trying to avoid negative plays. That has been a huge part of things here. And offsides against Illinois Wesleyan will add 5 yards. So give Elmhurst some pretty decent field position here to start this drive.
And the offside call places the ball at the 38-yard line for the Blue Jays. They'll be on the road again next week at North Park. It's every Saturday from here on out for all these teams in the CCIW. They'll next be at home on October 4th against Carthage. That'll be their homecoming day. Titans' next game will also be on homecoming. It'll be against Wheaton here on October 11th. Elms in motion out of the backfield. Looking to throw, guns it over the middle, has his man. That's Samard, and he turns upfield into Titan territory and taken down at the 41. Tackled by Ian Whitaker. That's a gain of 16.
Nice job by the sophomore, just sitting right down in the middle of that zone there. He's able to pick that one out of the air and turn it up for a nice gain.
Correction, a gain of 20. Now Odom flushed out of the pocket, looking downfield. He's calling for a flag pattern, instead takes off himself and motors out of bounds at the 35 after a gain of 7.
Yeah, nice job by Odom right there. Get the receiver out of there downfield. He's going to take the corner with him and be able to take advantage now of the open space out in front. Pick up about 8 yards on that particular play, maybe closer to 7, as that shown that experience from that quarterback position.
8:20 to go, clock running third quarter. Odom, the second-year starter, had 12 touchdowns, just 2 picks last year. Threw for 400 yards last week in the win against Rockford. As running back split at either side on 2nd and 3. Titans pressure. Handoff. Inside for a short gain of 2 or 3. That was Maddox, the freshman from Gladewater, Texas. And he's going to be just short of the first down by less than a yard.
Elmhurst has been really young at that tailback position. Seen a lot of freshmen and sophomores in that backfield. And now we see Jeffrey Elms, the freshman, back in there as well, taking over at that tailback spot.
Midway through the third quarter, 3rd and 1. 35-6, Titans with the lead. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Odom 4 yards deep. Play clock down to 3. They get it away. Fade near side going for Samard, and he was tangled up with John DiCastino, the junior from Lake Zurich.
Yeah, just no chance to be able to catch that football right there. Pressed too far into the sideline by Odom. It's going to bring up a 4th down, and let's see if Elmhurst can pick this up and keep this drive alive. Trying to answer those 5 consecutive scoring drives by the Titans.
They're 0 for 1 on 4th down here today. Elms goes into motion, a low snap. He's under pressure, takes off, now throws on the move and undershot his man. Nearly intercepted just as well. It was not a pick. It was broken up by Nathan Frank, the junior from Hoffman Estates. The Titans get the 4-down stop after the Blue Jays picked up a 1st down and got into Titan territory.
I can't figure out why Odom just didn't take the 1st down right there. Probably 2 more steps, and he's got the 1st down, and the drive continues. Tried to throw it downfield as Elmhurst really did a good job pushing the defensive ends up the field. Good job handling the nose guard up front. As Odom stepped up, he had a lot of real estate in front of him. Easily could have picked up that 1st down, decided to throw it. Really not to a wide open receiver as well. He really hadn't turned from his route. So the Titans catch a break right there and have the football.
With a 35-6 lead, they bunch 2 receivers on the right along with King, who goes into motion to the far side. Play fake, pass to the near side, and Krusik looked like it slipped through his hands. A line drive and short distance throw from Smythe and goes out of bounds.
Yeah, he just turned to run before he caught it right there. That's a new receiver, though. Those things are going to happen when you're trying to bend a guy into a new position. Nice job running, nice little out route. We'll catch that in the future.
He has 2 touchdown receptions today along with Naza. Malik Gray has the other. 2nd and 10 at the 33 for the Titans, with touchdowns on their last 5 possessions. 1 receiver at either side. Pair of tight ends. It's Gray up the middle, 35, 38, near the 40. Still plowing through and turns it into an 8-yard gain out to the 41. Brought to a stop by Mason Allen.
Yeah, watch the nice low lean here that Malik Gray gets, keeping the pad level low. Watch the handoff there. Decent penetration, staying low, driving forward, picking up extra yards. Nice job that time by the junior tailback. A nice combination in there today. We've seen some Danny Kent. We've seen some Malik Gray. Now we see some I formation. Good to see the fullback back, Eric.
3rd and 2 at the 41. It's Gray up the middle. He's got the first down and more. 45-40. It's a foot race down the sidelines. He is gone. 15-10-5. Touchdown to Illinois Wesleyan. A 59-yard burst for Malik Gray.
Yeah, you can still score with the I formation. How about that right there? Great job by the fullback. Little kick out, and Malik Gray does the rest. Find in the end zone. Number 22 was our key player for the Titans today, and that was a huge hole for the junior. He knew exactly what to do with it, and the Titans have put this one away here this afternoon. Well, it wasn't looking good in the second quarter, and all of a sudden it has been all Illinois Wesleyan ever since.
Some old school football out of the I formation. Malik Gray gets his first touchdown rushing to go with one receiving earlier in this quarter. The extra point by Vavrick is good, and the Titans have now scored on 6 consecutive possessions. This time they go 3 plays and 67 yards. And it looks like this Blue Jay defense is pretty gassed at this point.
Yeah, they look worn out. There's no doubt about that. Boy, they gave the Titans fits for that first quarter, well into the second quarter as well. Illinois Wesleyan had a tough time running the football. And Eric, looks like Coach Williamson pulled out that fake punt just at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
They needed it. They were really having a hard time moving the football, getting anything going. And boy, he picked the right time to be able to run that fake punt. And it's been a different game ever since then.
Yeah, that was for sure a turning point. And being this is the first CCIW game and looks like will be their first CCIW win, that could be a turning point of the season. So Wax Sullivan once again to tee it up.
Now, Sullivan's done a nice job here with the kickoffs. They've been extremely well covered so far in this contest. And the Titans are going to beat some of the teams at the top of the CCIW. Special teams is going to be an absolute key for them, and they have really played well in that area today.
Preston Samard with a basket catch at the 16-yard line, has the 20, puts a move on, gets across the 25, and is upended at the 28. Return of about 10 yards on the play.
Again, now if you're Elmhurst, boy, you got to try to get some momentum going on your sideline. And you know, for the Blue Jays right now, probably not coming back here this afternoon down 42-6. I got to start working on some things for next week and maybe some weeks in the future. I'm going to pick up some wins on the backside of the schedule. It's a program that has struggled for quite a bit of time here and just trying to work on things for going forward.
Now 5 yards deep, Odom with a handoff to Elms. Elms has a hole up the middle, 35, 40, 45. He got tripped up and down at about the 47-yard line. Gain of 17, tripped up by Lucas Lappin. Gain of 16.
Yeah, there was a blitz coming off the left side. You'll see it in your screen there. You see the linebacker coming up, overruns the play a little bit, and right where he was supposed to be, that's exactly where Jeffrey Elms went, and big gain that time.
Now from the 46-yard line, Elms goes in motion to the right side. Handoff on first down and a big-time hit right away. Maddox was wrapped up and still refusing to go down. Not getting any further, though, as he gets swallowed up at the 44 for a loss of 2.
It looked like there might have been a little whiplash from a face mask right there. Must just caught the helmet as he went by. Check out the replay. Really good penetration by the Titans. Yeah, caught the helmet as he went by right there. And just absolutely nowhere to go for Julius Maddox, the freshman.
Connor Wagner, the sophomore from Morton, on the tackle. Loss of 1, 2nd and 11. Lights on here at Tucci. Titans trying to put the lights out on the Blue Jays, 42-6. 5:13 remaining in this third quarter. Man in motion in the near side. That's Colby Mortensen. Pressure, unloads, had to get rid of it sooner than he wanted. That's Samard, the intended target. The receiver was overthrown, and Ryan Umbarger able to leak into the backfield.
Yeah, it was Ryan who really made the play right there, got right in the face of the quarterback, made him throw that ball a lot higher than he wanted to. John Odom never got a chance to really be able to step into that throw and deliver it. That's because Ryan Umbarger was right in his face coming off the edge. And the Titans bringing more and more pressure here as the quarter goes along, really disrupting the rhythm of the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays are 1 for 7 on third down. Under 5 minutes to go in the third. 42-6, Wesleyan on top. 3 receivers on the right and 1 on the left on this third down play. Pressure coming up the middle. It's protected. Odom flips it off for Elms, turns him around, has the catch at the 50, and cut down to the 45 into Wesleyan territory. Looks like he's short of the first down, though. John DiCastino making the tackle. They'll be about a yard shy, looking at 4th and 1.
I've been impressed by Jeffrey Elms. Done a really nice job in the backfield. This is one of the things he does. Look how he slips out of that backfield right there. Well, that'll really put a lot of pressure on your linebackers. They got to know where he is all the time. Good job, though, slipping out. All of a sudden, he's got an angle to be able to get to the sideline. He runs hard back there. He's tough to bring down. But the freshman's been impressive here so far for the Blue Jays. Not a lot of bright spots here in the last couple quarters for Elmhurst, but he certainly has been one today.
They're 0 for 3 on 4th down, going forward on 4th and 1. Odom, quick hitter over the middle, has his man, a connection to the 38, and a first down. The connection there to A.D. Russell for a gain of 7. And their first 4th down conversion today, Lucas Lappin on the tackle.
Seth Desmore running the slot, ran to the little out to the far side of the field. A little slant that time by A.D. Russell. Able to get inside the defender right there. Pass was right on the money from John Odom. And the Blue Jays move the chains.
Now inside 4 minutes to go in the third period. First down and 10 at the 38. Odom with Elms behind him. Odom takes the snap, stands tall, hands off to Elms. Elms slipping a tackle inside the 35 and gets spun down to the 32 after a gain of 6.
Yeah, I really like that delay there by Elmhurst. It's a really aggressive Illinois Wesleyan defense, an aggressive front by the Titans. Did a really nice job on the delay right there. Handling, like a nice job handling Hansen there right in the middle of the field, kind of getting him pushed out of the way. And Elms, once he gets a nice little burst, boy, he's able to find that crevice and get up the field.
2nd and 3 at the 31. Movement on the left side of the Elmhurst line, and that'll provoke a whistle. There have not been many here today. Scott Stanzak is our referee making that call.
That's going to be the left tackle right there. A little bit of early movement. Sometimes that's what happens when the team starts to show a little bit of pressure up front. And the sophomore left tackle there flinched. You can see that pressure coming off the right side.
First penalty against the Blue Jays today, and handoff nothing there for Elms as Alexander Jackson, along with Matt Hansen, able to break through, and now a 3rd down and 10 after the loss of 2.
A good penetration that time. You can see Alexander Jackson getting off that block. Multiple guys in there. Matt Hansen in there as well. Well, that was tremendous penetration from that defensive line for the Titans. Haven't called Alexander Jackson's name a lot today. We heard a lot from him 2 weeks ago. He and Marshawn Griffin did a really nice job from the defensive end positions.
3rd and 10 of the 38. Titans up big. From the pocket, Odom under pressure. Can't get away. Got tripped up in the backfield. Oh, you just mentioned Marshawn Griffin, and there he is on the spot. Gets the sack at a loss of 9 and brings up 4th and 19.
Yeah, you can see the situation in 3rd and 10. They're just pinning their ears back and able to beat that left tackle inside. Makes a nice little move and able to get to the quarterback. John Odom really had no chance on that particular play. And Elmhurst will have to punt the football away, down 42-6. The Titans with 42 consecutive points after the Blue Jays went up 6-0.
Remember, the last punt sailed over the punter's head, but Turney has a clean one here to kick it away. Lappin with a fair catch called for and has to go over the shoulder. Looked like it might have had a chance to skip into the end zone, but he makes the fair catch back at the 5-yard line, but field position has been inconsequential the way Illinois Wesleyan has been able to move the ball. 6 touchdowns in their last 6 possessions, and they'll start here at their own 7-yard line with 1:36 to go in the third quarter, leading 42-6.
That's been a bit of an adventure, fielding punts for the Titans so far today. We talked about kick coverage has been outstanding. That'll be something they can improve on next week. Taking that trip north up to Kenosha. Boy, Carthage taking it on the chin against North Central today, but it's probably going to be a common occurrence in the CCIW again in 2025.
And Vetter at the fullback position along with the Tony Noto, and the tailback gets the handoff and cuts to the right side, tries to turn up field, and just gets back to the line of scrimmage. It got drilled at the 7. Might have picked up a yard. They do advance the ball to the 8.
It'll be interesting to see once we get to the fourth quarter if we see Chase Mackey, the backup quarterback for Illinois Wesleyan, give Chase a little bit of time on the field as normal community graduate. Dermotstown had a blazing second and third quarter here for the Titans, picking up major yardage for Illinois Wesleyan. Titans were persistent with the ground game early. Took the passing game a little while to get going, but once it did, boy, it has moved them down the field rather nicely.
2nd and 9 from the 8 in the final minute of the third quarter. Play fake at a rollout here for Smythe, looking downfield, flips the ball ahead, incomplete. Kruzik was the intended receiver, but he got hemmed in near the sidelines, and it was a well covered there. It brings up 3rd down.
Yeah, the Blue Jays did a really nice job covering up on that play. The Titans will roll Dermot Smythe out quite a bit, just so he smaller quarterback and see downfield. But there was nowhere to go with that football. Linebackers did a nice job of dropping back into coverage, filling those gaps, safety coming over the top. Really nobody open that time for the Titans. The 3rd down, Illinois Wesleyan's been pretty successful in these situations. We'll see if they can keep this drive going.
They're 6 of 9 on 3rd down today. Here they need 9 yards to keep it alive on the ground to Noto. And he gets hit at the line of scrimmage and dropped for no gain.
Interesting call, pretty conservative that time for the Titans. Keep that clock moving right now. You got a comfortable lead here in the late in the third quarter, heading towards the 4th. Just kind of looking at that play clock. Eric, that might be the last play of the quarter.
They do not have to snap it. They do not have to snap it, and it looks like they will not.
Yeah, I wouldn't snap it either right here. Go to the 4th quarter, get your punter on the field here, talk things over a little bit, try to establish as good a field position as you possibly can. But, boy, a dominant third quarter. Whatever they talked about at halftime, they got it done coming out here in quarter number 3.
Whatever they talked about during the weather delay also made a difference, apparently, as the Titans will be stopped on downs for the first time since the first possession when they had the pick 6. And we've played 3. Illinois Wesleyan leading Elmhurst on the CCIW opener 42-6. We'll be back in a moment on 88.1 FM, WESN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW network.
When competition for the best jobs is fierce, how do you set yourself apart? Experience? An education? Yes, but not just any education. At Illinois Wesleyan, we prepare graduates who break through the noise, who run the boardroom, the classroom, the lab, the stage. The best college for jobs in Illinois is right in your own backyard. Reach further, dream bigger, and break through at Illinois Wesleyan University.
Here at Tucci Stadium, Eric Stock with Joel Swanson. Thanks for sticking around for a game that is just now getting into the 4th quarter. Illinois Wesleyan punting for the first time today. They had a 4th down punt situation earlier. They faked it and got a 1st down. But this time out, Worthington does kick it away. Chance for Samard to return to the 49-yard line. Wrapped up by a nice open field tackle by Sam Keller. Got him in midfield. Just a 1-yard return after a punt of 43 yards. Well played by the Titans special teams unit. And the Blue Jays start at midfield as we open the fourth quarter, and the Titans leading 42-6.
Just keeping you updated, do believe still in a lightning delay right now. WashU leads Carroll 34-29. That's really a game to keep an eye on. If the Pios have a chance to be able to pull the upset right there, that would be significant in the CCIW here in the first week of league play.
Odom is 13 of 25. Throwing the football underneath, has his man to the 45, slipping a tackle upfield to the 41. That was A.D. Russell on the stop, his favorite target today, his 7th reception.
We'll see
and the tackle there by Andrew London.
Interested to see what kind of tempo now we see from Elmhurst, and it doesn't look like a real high degree of urgency from the Blue Jays. But again, probably working on things for next week, trying to build on a really solid quarter-and-a-half performance here against Illinois Wesleyan. Obviously, things have really slipped in the last couple of quarters. But, boy, halfway through that second quarter, we very much had ourselves a ball game for the Titans. Finally, were able to take control of this thing.
2nd and 1 at the 41-yard line of Wesleyan. Blue Jays are going left to right. A low snap. Odom with a shoestring catch and tries to take off. That really broke down the play. Nowhere for him to go. And he's taken down at the 47-yard line for a loss of 6. Ian Whitaker.
Yeah, look at Ian Whitaker here on the replay coming off the left side. Nobody was able to pick him up and be able to get to the quarterback. They have brought Ian Whitaker a number of times with heavy pressure on the quarterback, able to get home that time and get the sack.
That's a loss of 6. Now 3rd and 7 at the Titan 47-yard line. 42-6, Titans on top. Man in motion to the far side. 4 receivers in the formation. 2 at either side as Odom takes the snap, flips the ball to the near side. It's high, incomplete, looking for Samard. And after a good start, a gain of 9 on first down. It's now 4th and 7 for the Blue Jays.
And that's what that sack will do, as good pressure coming up the middle there for Illinois Wesleyan.
So Blue Jays are going to punt once again. Logan Turney has handled their punting chores of late.
38, Logan Turney. Deep to receive from the Titans. Number 7, Will Naja.
Will Naza will be back to be able to return this kick here for Illinois Wesleyan. Let's see if the Titans do a little better job with the punt return. They've got a lot of work on this, especially here in the second half.
Lucas Lappin as well back there. A kick to the right side. Naza will let it bounce inside the 10, and it will skip into the end zone. You know, on that field turf, you don't know exactly how that ball is going to bounce once it hits the turf, but I believe the general rule has been if it's going to land inside the 10, you take your chances that it's going to go into the end zone, and it did here as Naza just got away from it. And the Titans do get the touchback with 13:10 remaining in the fourth quarter at a 42-6 lead.
I got to think this might be the time we might see Chase Mackey, backup quarterback for the Titans. We'll see if Dermot Smythe will jog out of that huddle right here. Yes, he will. Still some things to work on, though, for the Titans, obviously going into week 3 against Carthage, taking that long trip up to Kenosha a week from now. So junior quarterback back out there for Illinois Wesleyan.
And it's Tony Noto in the backfield to his left. And he gets the call on first down off right tackle. Looked like he ran into one of his blockers and goes down at about the 23. Noto, the sophomore from Mokina.
Titans probably have 2 goals here in the fourth quarter. Goal 1, nobody gets hurt. Goal number 2, run the ball and run the clock out. And that's kind of where we're at in this type of game right here as we go into 13 minutes.
Gain of 3 on the play.
2nd and 7 now with the 23.
From their own 23.
Two receivers on the right side and one to the left at the numbers. Noto again in the backfield on this second down play. Naza goes into motion. He gets it on the jet sweep and turns upfield as the 20-25 with a good cut back across the 30 to the 34, 35-yard line. And an Illinois Wesleyan first down. Tackled by Javier Young. And that's a gain of 12.
Yeah, nice job on the jet sweep. That jet sweep is usually really effective when other wide receivers are able to get good blocks downfield. Titans did a nice job getting a hat on a hat there against the Elmhurst defense. And a first down for the Titans as that clock ticks under 12 minutes now to go in a game that was 6-0 Elmhurst well into the second quarter. And the Titans have exploded for 6 straight scores.
Two receivers on the right. Noto in the backfield once again. Vetter joins him as a fullback on this first down play. It is Noto off to the right, and he gets strung out and unable to get back to the line of scrimmage as he loses a yard, pulled down at the 34. He did get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, just really nowhere to go. Trying to bounce that one to the outside. Got swallowed up that time. And now we'll head to the sideline here for Illinois Wesleyan as the Titans face a second down and 10. The Elmhurst defense was able to keep the Titans off the scoreboard for much of that first half.
Malik Gray is back in. He has 2 touchdowns to his name today.
He's had an impressive day for the Titans. He was our key player today, and he certainly has lived up to that.
Barnes in motion to the far side on this second down from the 35. Titans are right to left, and it's Gray on the call. Right side across 35, near the 40, and pushed out of bounds on the far side near the Blue Jay bench. It's a pickup of about 5.
Yeah, we've seen Malik be able to turn the corner, kind of put his head down. That time a little bit more of a patient run there on second down, trying to set up the blocks out in front of him. Let those big guys kind of do their job, kind of pick your place to be able to get upfield, able to do that for a nice gain. So third down here coming up for Illinois Wesleyan. It'll be interesting to see if they do put the ball in the air, if they keep it on the ground here and run a conservative play to just keep on running that clock out here this afternoon.
Gain of 3, it turns out, at the 38, so it brings up third down and 7. King in motion to the far side from the far hash. Smythe is going to throw. Underneath, hits his man Naza, slipping a tackle, gets across the 40, but they keep him underneath, and 3 defenders pull him down, and he'll be stopped short of the first down. Javon King leading the way for the Blue Jays. A play that goes for 4 yards and sets up a 4th and 3.
Illinois Wesleyan will punt the football away here. As clock ticks under 10 minutes now to go here in the contest. And we'll see if Elmhurst can get something going on this drive. They've had a hard time moving the football ever since the second quarter.
Now Worthington, low snap. Gets it away. Samard, a chance to return at the 25-yard line, but hit immediately and goes down. No return. Once again, it was Sam Keller making the special teams tackle as the punt goes for 33 yards and no return with 9:15 remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Titans up 42-6.
Now we see the Elmhurst offense back on the field here now, trying to get something going here in the fourth quarter. As Odom now getting that play in from the sideline. We'll see if the Blue Jays stick with that ground game, though, even though well behind here now in the fourth quarter. Looks like somebody jumped off sides there, but no flag from the official, as nowhere to go for Elms.
Yeah, Elms is pulled down for loss of a yard. Now with 9 minutes to go, Odom is 14 of 27, 139 yards. And Elms, their leading rusher, with 49 yards today. Second down and 10 at the 25. Elms again to the backfield to the right of Odom. Second-year starter. Yeah, and he takes the snap, and again, no, it's a play fake to Elms. Deep ball to the far side, and a diving effort, and it's intercepted on the far sideline. Lucas Lappin, the sophomore from Lake Zurich, gets the INT. Got one last week and gets his first of the afternoon today.
Yeah, really nice job that time by Lucas Lappin. Boy, he was all over that football. Take a look at the replay right here. A lot of air under this football as Odom lets it go. Looking at the far sideline. And look at Lappin step for step with the receiver, able to pick that one off. Ball a little bit under throwing, and Lappin gets the pick. And the Titans take over in Blue Jay territory. Good look at the crowd here at Tucci Stadium today. It's been a humid afternoon. Had some storms that rolled into the area earlier. Caused us to have a significant delay to this contest. Ever since that delay ended, though, it has been all Illinois Wesleyan here this afternoon.
And the Blue Jays led 6-0 when play resumed midway through the first quarter. Now the carry here to Noto. Cuts back and solid pickup, still refusing to go down, still no whistle. Finally, they play it, blow it dead at the 45 as he fought hard for 3 yards.
Yeah, take a look at the replay right here. Looks like he is trapped in the backfield. Boy, keeps those legs churning that time. And it is a tired defense right now for Elmhurst, unable to make the play.
That's a 5'8", 180 coming at him like a bowling ball, and they finally brought him down.
Yeah, he kept those legs churning rather nicely. Get low to the ground, try to squeeze out as many yards as he can.
Got 3 there, 2nd and 7 at the 45 for Illinois Wesleyan. And here we do see Mackey into the game, and he gets hit at the line of scrimmage and taken back for a loss of 5. Chase Mackey, the junior from Normal Community High School, part of a Big 12 championship team here in Bloomington Normal. And QB2 here for the Titans this year. Takes a loss of 5 yards on 2nd down.
A nice read right there, or attempt at a read, just nowhere to go. Elmhurst all over it. And we'll see if now Chase a chance to put the ball up in the air here on 3rd down and long. He's got a strong arm back there. Well-built young man.
Coming up on 7 minutes to go, as the day is done for Dermot Smythe, who had a terrific afternoon with 5 touchdown passes. Mackey may get his first chance to put one in the air. Under pressure, rolls to the left side, takes off and throws it short on the near side as he was rushed. And tried to get the ball to Luke Vetter. Came up short and brings up 4th down and 12.
Yeah, had to change the arm angle right there. Heavy pressure coming right in his face. Nobody open downfield. Titans will punt it away here, up 42-6, under 7 minutes to go in the contest.
So Matt Worthington getting a lot of action here in the 4th quarter with his 3rd punt. Preston Simard is back deep at the 10-yard line with 6:53 remaining, and the lights taking effect here at Tucci Stadium on this cloudy Saturday afternoon. And gets this one away. Simard is waving for the fair catch and hauls it in at the 10-yard line after a boot of 40 yards and no return. Both these teams on the road next week, as the Titans will go to Carthage next Saturday afternoon and a 1 o'clock kick, while the Blue Jays will play at North Park.
Now, we mentioned it before, Coach Mike Murray coming over from Elmhurst after last season. Coach Murray, 5-15 in his tenure at Elmhurst. Might sound underwhelming, but did an outstanding job in a program that only won 3 games in 4 years before he got there. He's really starting to turn Elmhurst around, but they've got a ways to go to be able to compete with the top of the CCIW. And today was a start, at least a quarter and a half of a start, where they gave the Titans a tussle early on, just have not been able to sustain anything.
Pass complete to David Montiel on the far side for a pickup of 5. Now 2nd and 5 from the 15.
It'll be interesting for the Titans as I think their first road trip next week, going up to Carthage. Another very winnable game for Illinois Wesleyan. A game they really need to play well in and need to pick up a victory. Nice to get off to a good start in the CCIW at 2-0 with probably some of the tougher teams coming up in the middle of that schedule. WashU, Wheaton, some of those teams are going to probably be on the top side of the conference coming up.
Play fake at a keeper for Odom as he picks up 6 yards. Make it 5. It gets to the 20, enough for a first down.
Yeah, but to move the chains right there. Elmhurst keeping the starting quarterback out there. One of those guys that we've seen all day, just trying to find some rhythm on the offensive end.
Backs are split now. One man goes in motion to the far side. He gets it out of the backfield with the catch at the 20-yard line. Turns upfield, gets across the 25, near the 29. A flag comes in as Seth Desmore picks up 9 on the play.
Now you're going to see the replay right here. And the hold is going to come on number 82 for Elmhurst, and you can see the hold right there. That was about as obvious as it gets. When you tackle a guy with his jersey, you're probably going to pick up a holding penalty. I think I could have called that one from here, Eric.
I think you just did.
Let's see what the call is from the official. I'm assuming it's a hold, and it is.
Looking for the number.
It was 82.
Number 82.
There we go.
10-yard penalty, must foul foul. There will be first down. However, we have an official timeout for a weather delay.
Well, that will be very unpopular news here.
That will be very unpopular news. A weather delay with a 5:36 to go. Evidently, there would have been a flash of lightning I did not see. Now, there was also the possibility that they could just wrap up this game with 5:36 to go. That, of course, would be the coach's call.
That'll probably be up to Elmhurst what they want to do.
That would be Elmhurst
here
indeed.
to finish up this contest.
Well, one might imagine that fans making their way to head to inside the Sherk Center or their own vehicles. Here we have 5:36 remaining. So we're looking at a minimum 30 minutes before play can resume. That's best case scenario, of course, and that's also 30 minutes before players are back out onto the field to get loosened up again. We went through that earlier, and we're going to do it again here with a 5:36 left in the fourth quarter, and Illinois Wesleyan up 42-6.
We're going to get through all of our episodes of Titan Table Talk here, so that'll be good. That's good news. If we're looking for a bright spot, there it is.
I suppose. Well, we'll step aside here, and more coming up here in just a little bit as Illinois Wesleyan leads 42-6 here on 88.1 FM, WESM, IWSports.com, and the CCIW network.
Why is Illinois Wesleyan the #1 school in Illinois for jobs? Maybe it's because we're the AND University. That's right, A-N-D. And here you can explore the arts and study in a pre-professional program, double major, and play a sport, do an internship, and study abroad. Your opportunities are endless. Set yourself apart with a degree from Illinois Wesleyan.
Wrapping up the program on Titan Table Talk, we heard from head football coach Jared Williamson, and then we heard from Grace Fagan and Emily Gastro of the Titan women's golf program after their victory in their home tournament this past week. I'm Matt Sossler. We wrap up with women's tennis head coach Jason Van Hooklen. The Titans 4 matches into the campaign. Coach, thanks so much for taking the time.
Well, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
You're 2-2 on the year, starting off with back-to-back wins against Lawrence and Illinois College before dropping your first 2 conference bouts. Where do you see the team at right now?
I feel really good about it. So we have 4 new freshmen that have joined us this year, and we've been competitive in every single match. We've made some progress, both against North Central. We got a singles match off them last year. Last year we got a doubles match, which didn't include a point because we only won 1 out of the 3 doubles matches, but did win a singles match this year. And against Augustana, last year they swept us 7-0. Granted, we weren't full lineup at that time, but we lost 4-3 over the weekend and really had a chance to win that match. We were in all 3 of the doubles matches, could have won the doubles points, and we were up in 4 out of the 6 singles matches. We had won the first set, but weren't able to pull it out. So it was a tough match. It was a lot of fun, warm day. The girls fought hard, played well, but we came up just short. But good progress against both teams.
And also in the North Central match in the doubles flight, dropping 2 of those in tie breaks to the top team in the conference. So playing them tight in the doubles side as well. You mentioned a lot with your team playing your best tennis. You have a very young group. Where would you say your team is at in terms of playing your best tennis early on in the year with still a lot of room to go?
Right. I think we still have a lot of room for improvement. I see the way the girls hit every day in practice. A couple of those, I think our first couple of matches, we were still working out some nerves and getting that experience in the match play. I really started to see that come out in Augustana, where we were able to go out there and kind of play the way that we play in practice across the board. And I think that's only going to get better. And again, these girls have a lot of room for improvement, so we're working on the things that aren't working in practice and trying to make those adjustments and just picking up their games, because we still have a very high ceiling. I don't think any of the girls have.
The degree from Illinois Wesleyan.
Wrapping up the program on Titan Table Talk, we heard from head football coach Jared Williamson, and then we heard from Grace Fagan and Emily Gastro of the Titan women's golf program after their victory in their home tournament this past week. I'm Matt Sossler. We wrap up with women's tennis head coach Jason Van Hooklen. The Titans 4 matches into the campaign. Coach, thanks so much for taking the time.
Well, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
You're 2-2 on the year, starting off with back-to-back wins against Lawrence and Illinois College before dropping your first 2 conference bouts. Where do you see the team at right now?
I feel really good about it. So we have 4 new freshmen that have joined us this year, and we've been competitive in every single match. We've made some progress, both against North Central. We got a singles match off them last year. Last year we got a doubles match, which didn't include a point because we only won 1 out of the 3 doubles matches, but did win a singles match this year. And against Augustana, last year they swept us 7-0. Granted, we weren't full lineup at that time, but we lost 4-3 over the weekend and really had a chance to win that match. We were in all 3 of the doubles matches, could have won the doubles points, and we were up in 4 out of the 6 singles matches. We had won the first set, but weren't able to pull it out. So it was a tough match. It was a lot of fun, warm day. The girls fought hard, played well, but we came up just short. But good progress against both teams.
And also in the North Central match in the doubles flight, dropping 2 of those in tie breaks to the top team in the conference, so playing them tight in the doubles side as well. You mentioned a lot with your team playing your best tennis. You have a very young group. Where would you say your team is at in terms of playing your best tennis early on in the year with still a lot of room to go?
Right. I think we still have a lot of room for improvement. I see the way the girls hit every day in practice. A couple of those, I think our first couple of matches, we were still working out some nerves and getting that experience in the match play. I really started to see that come out in Augustana, where we were able to go out there and kind of play the way that we play in practice across the board. And I think that's only going to get better. And again, these girls have a lot of room for improvement, so we're working on the things that aren't working in practice and trying to make those adjustments and just picking up their games, because we still have a very high ceiling. I don't think any of the girls have reached their ceiling yet and can continue to make their games better.
You have a very young group in your starting 6, just 2 juniors, everybody else younger than that. The transition from high school tennis to college tennis is a lot different, both on the court in terms of match format, in terms of the pace of the match. How have your younger players adjusted to that so far this year?
They've done well, and that's something we talk about a lot, the fact that every player that we've gotten in, their UTR, which is their universal tennis rating, almost all of them have improved their UTR by a full point. A lot of times within the first semester of being here, and almost always by the end of their first year. It's just every day that you come in, a lot of these kids come from teams that where they were the top player on their team, but when you get here, all these girls were the top player on their team. So the ball's coming back a few more times. It's coming back a little harder. It's coming back a little bit further away. So you just get quicker, you get stronger. The conditioning's probably a little bit harder than what they did in high school, so they're getting in better shape. And just the game picks up, and you're playing against better competition every day. So just naturally, your ability rises.
Matt Sossler alongside Titan women's tennis head coach Jason Van Hucklen. Coach, another aspect that's different in the college game compared to high school. In high school, you're primarily playing either singles or doubles. If you're playing at college, you're likely on the singles level. In college, you're playing both. How have you noticed that side of an adjustment from your young players?
We've experienced a little bit of that coming in. So in Central Illinois, a lot of them do play both. Once you get up north, they do play one or the other. Some of our girls come in have focused primarily on either doubles or singles. And the adjustment hasn't been bad. They're working on it. They're developing and getting comfortable with it. They know that that's the expectation. Amber was like that kind of coming in, and it was a really fun point for me. I remember it distinctly on spring break where, she came in as a double specialist. She also came in and started playing one right away as a freshman, which is difficult as well, and had played only doubles essentially in high school. So she came in, started picking up singles, and I remember after one match on spring break, she came up to me, she goes, "Coach, I think I'm a singles player now." So it took her about a semester, but she picked it up, and I see the same thing with these girls. They know it, they're not thinking about it. And they're ready to go out and play, and they're just happy to get the opportunity to be on court whenever they can to compete.
Sometimes it takes 1 or 2 matches in one discipline or the other to realize, I might be a little bit better at this than I thought. And once you get that tandem going, it works out well. You mentioned Amber Ehrlich, a junior on this team.
How have the older players on this squad helped with the transition for the younger players?
It's been great. So, yeah, the freshmen have come in and really brought some energy and good work ethic with them. We're very happy to have all 4 of them. They're wanting to work outside of practice on their games, and they're very positive, and everybody's gelling really well. And it's just really great for me to see as a coach to have that good team chemistry.
Let's talk about your 3 doubles team and your 5 and 6 singles players so far this year, Adia Douglas and Alana Religioso. Religioso going 3-0 this past week on not an easy schedule, Augustana, North Central, Illinois College. Douglas picking up a couple of singles wins as well. How have they
barely
stepped
lost
in?
her singles match as well. That was his third set super breaker that she lost to North Central. Those girls have been great. It's nice to have them come in and really have a solid 3 doubles team down there with 2 really good players and know that we're going to be in it in about every match at those 5 and 6 singles spots and be able to pick up some points there. So it's been fantastic to have them.
You got Monmouth and then ITA regionals coming up this week. What's your plan of attack for a duel followed by a tournament?
It's going to be, ITAs are always tough, but you just never know what's going to happen, who can get hot at the right time. So we're excited to go there. The ITAs is the regional where the top 1 and 2 singles players and the top doubles team from everybody in the region show up and play each other. And the winner of that goes on to small college nationals. And if you win a small college nationals, then you get an automatic berth into the NCAA Division I indoors. So it's an exciting tournament. It's a lot of good players. It's fun to go down there and just compete at that level and see some of the other teams and just watch some great tennis. Always a good sight. It trades off every year between Kalamazoo and WashU for the men and women, and they're both really great sites and good experiences. So,
what are you expecting out of your players this week, both against Monmouth and at ITAs?
We beat Monmouth last year, hoping we can go in and do that again. It's always a good trip, good competition against Monmouth. And ITAs, again, just never know. A lot of that depends on the draw and how you work yourself into the match, because it's tough if you go down there and end up having to play one of the top seeds in the first couple of rounds. But if you get a draw where you can compete for a round or 2 and kind of work your way into the tournament, and then you might be ready to play somebody like that by the second or third round. So,
how do you balance on the women's side, especially playing the majority of your duels in the fall? You have a couple of tournaments thrown in here and there, but how do you balance the conditioning and philosophy in a duel match, and then all of a sudden having your players go into flights in tournaments like ITAs?
Yeah, ITAs is tough. It's a lot of matches over a short period of time, especially if a player like Amber, who's going to be playing both doubles and singles. Amber and Olivia will be playing our number 1 doubles, and Amber and Gabby will be playing our top 2 singles spots. So it can be a lot of matches over a couple of days, but it's nothing that she hasn't done in high school or junior tournaments or things like that. They're used to it. Logan and Matt from Strength and Conditioning have been a lot of help with us this year, coming out to some of our practices, help us get in a little better shape, cardio and strength-wise. So I feel really well prepared for this.
Matt Sossler alongside Titan head women's tennis coach Jason Van Hucklen. Coach, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
The Titans have Monmouth and then ITAs this week. It's a very jam-packed weekend on the campus of Illinois Wesleyan Athletics. Tennis in action. You also have football, volleyball, soccer. So I encourage you to make your way out to campus. If not, they will be streamed on iwsports.com, 881 WESN, along with the CCIW network. That'll do it for this week's edition of Titan Table Talk. I'm Matt Sossler, and we'll catch you next time.
And welcome back to Tucci Stadium as we continue after another weather delay. We actually got some rain this time, but safe to resume play, and we'll get through the final 5 minutes and 36 seconds here from Tucci with Illinois Wesleyan leading the Elmhurst Blue Jays 42-6. A lot of fans went headed for shelter indoors, and just a smattering of fans here with their umbrellas open are back out onto the field or onto the bleachers to
the diehards now, Eric.
Yeah, the diehards to get through the last
left.
5 minutes. On the ground as play resumes, the carry for Jeffrey Elms, the freshman from Springfield, Illinois, up to the 21-yard line for a gain of 9. So our second weather delay today.
Well, still the same 2 goals for the Titans. Maybe even more emphasized. Nobody gets hurt. Run the ball and run the clock out and finish this thing off.
A second down at 8 from the 22 for the Blue Jays. It's Elms once again carrying it up the middle across the 25 near the 27-yard line. That's a gain of 5, and you appreciate the Blue Jays doing this in this circumstance. It's a game that's clearly decided, but you want to get the reps for your young guys, as many of them as you can in game action. You know, the college football career is not a long one. You only get 40 games at most, maybe playoffs, and you want to seize every minute of that you can as a college football player and as a coach.
Yeah,
so they'll get through these last few minutes.
Yeah, raining fairly hard now here at Tucci Stadium. Really the first rain that we've seen so far today. The second lightning delay, though, as have kind of moved around the Bloomington normal area for the most part. And there's the wet, slippery ball coming into fruition.
Yeah, incomplete as David Montiel unable to hang on to the ball. That'll bring up 4th down and 3 for the Blue Jays.
And we'll see if they'll punt the football away. And it sort of looks like that's where they're heading right here. See the replay now as Elmhurst will get ready to punt with the clock down to just around 4 minutes here now to go in the contest. And if you just joining us here, second weather delay. Titans trailed 6-0 in the second quarter, but 42 consecutive points by Illinois Wesleyan has them off into a comfortable position.
Bad snap, but a nice recovery by Turney, kicking this one away. Chance for Lappin to return, and he takes a fair catch at the 35-yard line. Punt of 38 and no return as the Titan offense takes the field with 4:05 to go in the game. The Titans brought in their junior backup, Chase Mackey, at quarterback for their last series, opting to rest Dermot Smythe after a career-best 5-touchdown performance, 5 touchdown passes. He did have 5 touchdowns last year against the Blue Jays, 3 of them on the ground, 2 of them through the air. And these were all scoring tosses for the junior quarterback from Marist High School. And it's Chase Mackey back at the controls for Illinois Wesleyan as they start at the 35-yard line, and Tony Noto in the backfield as well. And he gets the call and gets taken down right from the handoff. The tackle there from Mason Allen for a loss of 3.
Yeah, still no update from Carroll. Seems like they're still in that lightning delay. 34-29 was the last score we had between Carroll and Wash U, as that would be a significant win for the Pioneers after dropping their first game of the year. They lost to UW-Eau Claire in their opener.
A couple interesting games tonight in league play that we'll get to here in a moment. North Central won big over Carthage, 62-0. They wrapped up a little while ago. On 2nd and 13, Mackey turns and gives to Noto, has some room on the left side, gets across the 35 to the 40, and gets driven down to the 42 for a gain of 10 for Illinois Wesleyan. So tonight, under the lights, Augustana will host Wheaton. The 18th-ranked Thunder coming off a loss to Whitewater in their first game last week. Mount Union, I should say, and the other purple powerhouse. And then an interesting game, not normally, but certainly this year, North Park off to a good start. Milliken off to a good start. Yeah. They won their first game under first-year coach Billy Rybach, the Decatur native.
Hey, I'd like to see what's going to happen there with new guys from Milliken, new coaching staff, and just a new situation once again for the Big Blue.
It's the beauty of a new season, especially when you come off with a win to start the campaign. The sky's the limit.
Yeah, they beat Luther in their opener. So check out the replay here. Noto off the right side, and you can see a lot of Blue Jays in the backfield rather quickly right there. Hard to get anybody get traction right now with the rain coming down pretty steadily, but most people just focused on the clock at this point here as we move towards that 2-minute mark of the contest, and they might just run this thing all the way down to that 2-minute mark here.
Yeah, it looks like they will. Of course, they could just snap it before 2 minutes and then avoid the 2-minute timeout for the change of possession, but they will stop it, and we'll have our 2-minute break here with a game 42-6. Well, Titan fans, you can make a difference for Illinois Wesleyan athletics. By supporting the Titan Athletics Fund, you're helping provide opportunities for student athletes to succeed on and off the field. Every gift strengthens our programs, facilities, and overall Titan experience. If you'd like to support the free live streams of every Titan Athletics event, simply select the Athletic Communications Department when making your gift. So it's quick and easy. Visit iwsports.com and click on Support the Titans. Join us in keeping Titan pride strong today and for generations to come. And as part of our live stream today on iwsports.com and now on the CCIW network, new this year, you want to stick around for our post-game show. We'll hear from several player guests and a high kick by Worthington that will skip at the 10-yard line, and it will tumble inside the 5 and down at the 3-yard line. Perfectly placed and down at the 3-yard line on a punt that goes 58 yards. Well done by Matt Worthington, the sophomore from Lake Zurich. And the Blue Jays start deep in their own territory.
Yeah, one more opportunity looks like here for Elmhurst to finish this one up here this afternoon. Been a long day at Tucci Stadium for everybody, the players, fans, and finally getting wrapped up here with 1:48 to go.
Jeffrey Elms again to the backfield as Odom, the signal caller, the senior QB from the end zone, hands off to Elms with a nice cut back, slipping a tackle, and able to squirt out to the 5 for a gain of 2. Blue Jays go to North Park next week. Titans at Carthage. And then their first night game the following week when they go to WashU on October 4th. That's Andrew London on the first down stop. 2nd down and 9.
The Titans have a great opportunity to possibly be 2-0 in the conference going to St. Louis. Carthage will have something to say about that. Kenosha has always been a tough place for Illinois Wesleyan to be able to win. In a good performance up there against the Firebirds, to be able to pull that one off. Make their first road trip of the season up to Wisconsin.
Play clock is down to 1. They took a lot of time, and they're going to let them get away with the snap. It had been a 0 for a solid second as the handoff goes to Julius Maddox. Well, they were trying to limit it to one more snap. It's a gain of about 3 to the 8, and now one more snap is all they will need on this 3rd down play, now with the 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, this is Coach Williamson's first victory at Illinois Wesleyan, so monumental for him, and I'm sure just the connections he has and just the pride he has in being the head coach here at Illinois Wesleyan. It's got to be a wonderful wet day for him.
3rd down and 5 from the 8 with the Blue Jays. High snap. Odom keeps it on the ground. He'll keep it himself and takes a dive to the 7. It'll be a loss of 2, and that will be the final play of the game. A bit anticlimactic as it turns out, but handshake and side hug for Coach Williamson. That is a defensive coordinator, the man who came over from Elmhurst, came back to Bloomington, and his defensive unit put on a show today. The offense did as well as they win convincingly today, 42-6 over the Elmhurst Blue Jays in the first career victory for Illinois Wesleyan's head coach, Jared Williamson.
Yeah, I got to feel really good for Coach Williamson. did a nice job rallying the troops today. Wasn't looking good for about a quarter and a half there. Elmhurst hung right in with the Titans, able to build a 21-6 halftime lead. Finally got the ground game going. They were very persistent with the rushing attack all afternoon long, and they needed to be. They needed to establish that run up front. Did a good job finally getting it going. Good job by that offensive line. Defense was consistently good. Elmhurst had a couple of nice drives in that first half, but after that, once the Titans were able to pin their ears back and get after the quarterback, they gave Elmhurst a lot of problems. Good win today, and we'll see what happens next week as they travel up north to take on Carthage in Kenosha.
Yeah, 2 straight road games. We mentioned WashU. Boy, the rain coming down now. So then they're next at home in 3 weeks on October the 11th as they take on Wheaton for their homecoming day, and the players are gathering, and we'll await our post-game guests to make their way up to the press box here in just a bit, and we'll also hear from Coach Williamson as well as Illinois Wesleyan wraps up the decisive victory today, 42-6, our final score. Let's review the numbers in this one as Illinois Wesleyan picked up 488 yards. Now they're singing the fight song. A little makeshift this time around, as a lot of the fans had already made their way toward the parking lot. Some of them came back out just a bit to catch the end of the game, but it always sounds great when they were able to do that, even if it's a little more subdued after a long afternoon.
Yeah, certainly a couple of weather delays will do that. The hardest rain we've seen all day, probably coming down right now as the game finished up here this afternoon. But got to be thrilled for Coach Williamson getting his first victory as the head football coach at Illinois Wesleyan, and we get a chance to catch up with a couple of players who were big standouts today for the Titans. Get a chance to catch up with Coach Williamson as well. We're looking forward to talking to all of those guys as the Titans pick up their first win of the season, 42-6. And I don't know if you were thinking the same thing, but early in that second quarter, I thought we might be in for a tussle today, as Elmhurst really played well. Obviously, the Titans handled the Blue Jays rather easily a year ago. Wasn't looking like it was the same result, but good resolve by the team, really bouncing back in that second and third quarter to dominate the game.
Yeah, it started with a 4th down stop on a 4th and goal with a 3-yard line late in the first quarter when Elmhurst was poised to go up by 2 scores. They couldn't do it. Illinois Wesleyan took over, and they would march 97 yards in 15 plays. Dermot Smythe with the first of his 5 touchdown passes, connecting with J.B. Kruzik to put them up 7-6. They would have another 90-plus yard drive later in that quarter to take a 21-6 lead into the locker room, and it was all Illinois Wesleyan in that third quarter. 3 more scores to make it 42-6, and it was a lot of reserves playing in the fourth quarter, some of it coming after the delay, but the damage already done as Illinois Wesleyan gets the decisive victory today. Again, Illinois Wesleyan had 488 yards of total offense, 194 for the Blue Jays. Titans had 19 first downs. Elmhurst finished with 11. Titans had 251 through the air, 237 on the ground. Elmhurst had 146 passing, 48 rushing. Titans converted 6 of 13 on third downs, 2 of 3 on fourth downs, while the Blue Jays were just 1 of 12 on third downs, 1 for 4 on fourth downs. Another key stat, in the red zone, Illinois Wesleyan 3 for 3 with 3 touchdowns. Coach Williamson wanted to see more of those conversions this week, and they got that, 3 for 3 for 3 touchdowns, while the Blue Jays got to the red zone just once, and that was that failed fourth down at the goal line that happened late in the first quarter. Career day for Dermot Smythe as he beats the Blue Jays for the 3rd time in his career, 14 of 20, 251 yards. a career best 5 touchdowns. He did have 1 interception that went as a pick 6, but he certainly bounced back strong after that. Again, he had 5 touchdowns last year against the Blue Jays, but that was a combination of running and throwing the football. All of these were through the air. He's a little short of his career high in passing yardage, but the 5 scores, what stands out for Dermot Smythe today. Danny Kent was their leading rusher, getting his first start returning from missing week 1, had 14 carries, 81 yards. Malik Gray matched him with 81 yards on 6 carries. He had 1 touchdown, also 1 receiving touchdown. Ryan Umbarger had a 28-yard run that came on a 4th down fake punt, a big momentum play late in the first quarter as the Titans were able to get their first scoring drive in that possession. And Dermot Smythe had 6 carries for 24 yards. Will Naza, their leading receiver, had 7 catches for 110 and 2 scores. Malik Gray had the 47-yard strike, 1 of 3 receptions for 74 yards and a touchdown. So Gray ended up with 155 yards of total offense. J.B. Kruzik, highly efficient, 3 catches, 2 for scores, a total of 24 yards. And Cooper King had 1 catch for 43 yards on the day. Defensively, Ian Whitaker led the Titans with 8 tackles, 1 sack. Sebastian Thomas had 6 stops, Lucas Lappin 5, and an interception. Joey DeMeo had 4 stops for Illinois Wesleyan. And for the Blue Jays, John Odom, 16 of 31 passing, 146 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Jeffrey Elms had 14 carries for 65 yards. Lucas Maddox, 7 carries for 6. John Odoms had 9 carries for a net of 3. And their leading receiver was A.D. Russell, 7 catches for 63 yards. We'll take a quick timeout, and our post-game guests are coming up. This is Titan Football on 88.1 FM, WESN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW Network.
Why is Illinois Wesleyan the #1 school in Illinois for jobs? Maybe it's because we're the AND University. That's right, A-N-D. And here you can explore the arts and study in a pre-professional program, double major, and play a sport, do an internship, and study abroad. Your opportunities are endless. Set yourself apart with a degree from Illinois Wesleyan.
OSF Healthcare Cardiovascular Institute has been named one of the top hospital systems in the country for heart care. This prestigious award by the American College of Cardiology comes from our commitment to providing the highest quality of care, from general cardiology to complex surgeries and the latest technology. Nationally recognized heart care right here. OSF Healthcare Cardiovascular Institute.
Welcome back to Tucci Stadium in Bloomington. Eric Stock here with Joel Swanson as the Titans win big today in the CCIW opener, 42-6 over the Elmhurst Blue Jays. As we welcome you to the press box, and Dermot Smythe, our first of several player guests we're going to talk to here today. Big day, career best, 5 touchdown passes. How does it feel to get that first 2025 win under your belt?
Feels great. Definitely feels great. We've been working hard, really excited for the opportunity to go play. Definitely getting the conference play, so it felt great to get a win today.
Often we ask what happened at halftime to turn things around after the break, but today I think we need to ask what happened after the break in the middle of the first quarter, because everything turned after that.
Yeah, we kind of started out flat with the interception, but had a little time to recover with the weather. And then just came out, knew we had to run the ball well, and that's really what we did.
In a situation like that, after you have the early turnover, how do you just wipe that away? Do you just forget about it, or how do you process that to bounce back?
Yep, I think you just kind of learn from it and then try to forget about it and then move on.
How many delays have you been through? Obviously, your arm's a little more important than others on the team, so how do you get yourself re-warmed up again, ready to get back in the huddle to be able to throw the football?
I think just coming out here and getting back warmed up, getting running, and throwing again with the guys. So just get a little bit of time to get warmed up again. It was really good.
You talked about sticking with the running game. It was persistent. I mean, they were shutting it down for a while. Was that the game plan all week? Hey, we've got to be able to run the football, and that's what came about, especially in the second and third quarters?
Definitely, yeah. We knew we had to establish a run game. I think our guys up front did a really good job of responding and starting to pound the rock a little bit.
Dermot, there's a lot of new guys you're throwing the ball to this year. Talk about what's happened there, maybe over the summer, trying to get used to some new receivers.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of a whole new wide receiver room right now, so just getting as many reps as possible with these guys. They've been doing great. They're making plays all day, so we've had a great connection so far.
And Coach has talked about the rhythm that you've established with a couple of those guys, Will Nas in particular, Krusik another one. What has that been like in such a quick turnaround with a short amount of time in fall camp?
Yeah, actually me and Will have been able to get together all over the summer and throw a lot. So, it doesn't surprise me that he's having a great year so far. And then, just getting GB in here, getting as many reps as possible right away was really great in fall camp.
What is your approach in terms of running as a quarterback who is very much dual threat, but they also want to keep you upright and healthy for 10 games? What is your approach? Is that a matter of RPO, thinking about that differently, or how would you characterize that?
Yeah, it's kind of a matter of RPO. It's kind of a matter of, when my number is called to run the ball. So, just whatever the team needs that I'm going to do. So,
new coach, new system. Obviously, this is your third year as the quarterback for the Titans. You've been in a system for 2 years, now a new system. How has the change been for you, especially for a guy who's experienced, coming back as an experienced player?
Yeah, it's definitely different, but it's going pretty smooth so far. We're just hoping to get better every week, get more comfortable with the new system.
Yeah, and how different is the new system from what you played and did a year ago?
It is pretty different. We're constantly talking about running the ball as much as possible, and that'll definitely set up the pass game. So that's a big emphasis that we want to do.
You could definitely tell by the formations that you guys were ready to pound the rock today, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep. A lot of big formations to pound the rock.
Yep, a lot of big formations.
Well, big game today, Dermot. We appreciate the time. Congratulations, and we'll see you on the road next week.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, you bet. That's Illinois Wesleyan junior quarterback Dermot Smythe. As the Titans get the win today, 42-6. Dermot Smythe with a career-best 5-touchdown performance today, and a guy that had a couple of scores himself, Malik Gray, is joining us now, a rushing score, a receiving score as well. Thanks for joining us, and first give us your thoughts on the Titan victory this afternoon.
Thanks a lot for having me. I want to thank the O-line, and I want to thank the coaches for the great play calling.
Well, you swung out of the backfield there. You caught one. You got some great blocks from your receivers, and you took off. That's kind of your game, right? Once you get downhill, you were gone.
Yeah, pretty much. I just want to thank the team.
Well, talk about last week or 2 weeks ago, right? You guys had some injuries, obviously, in fall camp, and all of a sudden they're calling your name and your tailback number one out there on the first play. Talk about what that experience was like for you.
It was a good experience. You just got to always stay ready. So, yeah.
And we asked the question of Dermot to ask you this. When you're midway through the first quarter, all of a sudden you get a break. You don't know how long it's going to be. How do you stay focused? Do you stay engaged and stay loose so you can jump back out there and not miss a beat?
The team just remembered that the game wasn't over and we just had to come back out and score.
And how does it feel to get that first win under your belt, bouncing back after a close game in the first one, but came up a little short, but to win today and get off on the right foot in conference play?
It always feels great to get the first win.
Well, we appreciate the time, and congratulations. Great effort out there. Look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you.
Alrighty, appreciate that.
Malik
Gray joining us here. Now we're going to talk to one of the defensive specialists, and really defense and special teams as well, Ryan Umberger.
He was all over the place today.
I know, really.
Absolutely. Every time I looked up, Ryan Umberger, there he is again.
A lot of times with special teams, you don't get recognized unless there's something big that happens, and we had a few of those here today, a couple of special teams tackles. I think we had a kick return, if I remember. But the big play of the game, it seems to us, 4th down, deep in your own territory. You just stopped them on 4th down, and all of a sudden, fake punt, you take off for 28 yards, set up a touchdown. Can you walk us through that whole scene there for you?
I mean, coach has been setting up that play for 2 months now. I mean, we've been practicing that every day. Been getting on my butt to run it right, and when the time comes, you just got to run it right. So I kind of just did what my players did.
So from what I saw, it's a short snap, and there's a handoff to you then at that point.
Yes,
and the punter sold it well,
Oh,
obviously.
yeah. Right.
And
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of space in front of you on that particular play. So is that kind of how the play develops there and exactly how it's supposed to be run?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I just got to follow my blocks and find open grass. So, that's exactly what I did. I make sure to hold high and tight and fumble that ball.
All right, so the play's called, right? And you know it's coming. How do you not show your cards? Like, hey, I'm getting the football, I know, right? And you kind of have maybe that poker face out there as you're heading out. So how do you not show your cards that the punt fake is in and we're going to run this thing?
Just do everything I did during practice. I mean, just kind of do the same thing over and over. I mean, don't overthink it. I mean, that's what coach kind of tells us to do. Just run the play. Just kind of go out there and do the same thing. Try not to overthink every play and just see what happens,
Well, and it may seem weird in a 42-6 game to point to one play in the first quarter that maybe had a profound difference on the game, but it felt like this one did, especially the momentum that came from that, the energy that came from this side of the field. Blue Jays seemed to be a little bit shell-shocked by that. And what did that do momentum-wise for the offense in particular?
Lit a fire on their butt. I mean, hey, they get to the sideline, everyone's patting me on the back, they're fired up, and I see the offense, they're running out there, and they just have a different juice out there. They have a different swagger. I mean, we got the ball back, we're back down to first down, so it was just definitely a big fire under their butt.
It seemed like once you started playing with the lead, especially defensively, now all of a sudden you can get after the quarterback a little bit better. Talk about your front three, though. They chew up a ton of blocks for you guys, and it makes it a little bit easier getting that backfield once that happens.
Hey, all three of them are dogs. We got a whole bunch of D linemen that just they do their job right, and they do it well, and it makes it pretty easy for the linebackers behind them when they're eating up blocks like that.
You've had a lot of guys on this defensive core that have had to sort of wait their turn. There were 32 seniors last year, not all of them on defense, but quite a few of them. What has that process been like, and now getting your opportunity to shine here this year?
It's just exciting. I mean, past 2 years, us juniors have been looking up to the seniors and the juniors when we were freshmen. It was kind of just, stay ready. They kind of instilled in us that, whenever your time's going to come, so you kind of just got to preparation, practice, and enjoy it. I mean, we all are excited to just play out here and, actually get some snaps in.
Well, it had to be fun to be out there this afternoon with once things really got clicking for you guys.
100%, yeah.
Well, we appreciate the time. Congratulations. A great performance out there, and defense and special teams as well. And, you really only get one chance to run that kind of play, right? So you guys did it at the right time. It worked out great. Appreciate the time.
I'm seeing one carry for 28 yards. That's a 28-yard average. I think you're going to top the teams out this year. So nice job, Ryan.
You can retire on that. Yeah, thank you. Ryan,
nice job, Ryan.
Congratulations. Nice
out.
job. We appreciate that. Illinois Wesleyan gets the victory today. We appreciate our player guests for joining us. Now we're going to turn the headset to the victorious head coach for Illinois Wesleyan, Jared Williamson. First win under your belt, hopefully first of many, many more. How does it feel?
Always feels good to win. There's a lot of things we got to do better, a lot of things we have to improve on. That's what the film's for, so it's good to make those corrections in a victory. And also a weird schedule. I had to overcome some breaks and adversity and refocus, so I think that's all good preparation as you move forward.
Fortunately, the breaks weren't long, but going into it, you never know. How do you prepare for that, especially after a start that did not go your way?
Well, I want to thank Coach Wagner. We looked at the radar during breakfast, and I called him and said, hey, we might need to get some Gatorades and some Uncrustables and some fruit. It looks like a lightning delay is very possible. And he said, let's do it. So our coaches did a great job running to the store, and again, we have a beautiful facility in the Sherk Center, so if we were going somewhere different and you're packed in and it's not very cool, that might be one thing, but we have a great facility, and I thought the guys adjusted well, and they came out focused.
So what are you guys doing at that point after it's 6-0 and Elmhurst did get off to the good start, and it was a completely different turnaround after you guys got back out there?
I actually think it was a benefit to have a little bit of time to refocus and let some of those emotions settle down. Sometimes you want to start really well, and if that doesn't happen, especially after not playing, a bye week, it can get to you. So I thought that was a good break for us to kind of just refocus and let's just go play football.
I remember Joel at the time said, Elmhurst's got to be thinking, really? We got to stop the game now? So that had to be a positive for you guys.
For sure. And, I heard you talking with Ryan. I think just in terms of juice, the fake punt did give the guys some juice and some energy. And, we've got to figure out how to get that started without a fake punt or without a delay next week, because you got to get started off on the road on a better foot.
But after that first down, the offense was just about unstoppable. You had touchdowns in 6 consecutive possessions. So I don't know what happened from before to after, but it was profoundly different.
We just need to focus on our execution. We just got to focus on doing our jobs. It wasn't anything magical. We just, I think the layoff again, practicing against each other for a while. We just got to start better and start on the right foot. But it wasn't like the players changed physical abilities or the defense changed what they were doing. We just executed better.
So the fake punt, obviously about execution, also about timing. So why was that moment the time to pull that particular play out?
So I was going to do it last week when we ended up turning the ball over. Anytime you want to make sure they're in a punt return look and not a safe look. So we knew we had to be backed up. So we didn't show it last week, which was good. So we've practiced it, like Ryan said, since camp. So we made sure they were in the right number count and in the right look. And I told him, if he would, I didn't know if you guys saw that trailer behind him. If he would have unleashed it, we might have got even more yards. But he did a great job reading the blocks, and it was just the look we had practiced, which doesn't always happen.
Persistence in the run game today. Elmhurst did a nice job for about a quarter, kind of slowed you down, but you guys were persistent that you were going to run the football today.
Yeah, we needed to, and we still need to run it better, especially in the red zone, but there was a few formational things we were able to get the run game going. I thought it was nice to have Danny back along. You mentioned Malik, and I know Noto carried the ball as well, but it was good to have Danny back, and after taking a few hits, you could see him get comfortable and do a nice job reading the blocks and hitting it.
Yeah, you both had Danny and Malik over 80 yards, so that shows terrific balance. Tell me, how are they different? How do they complement each other?
I think all the backs we've played have a little bit of a different skill set. Danny is really good at making one cut and seeing the scheme really well. Malik has a good combo of speed, but also putting his shoulder down and breaking some tackles. And then Noto has a little wiggle to him. So I think it's a good group to have. Again, Jahari's speed was awesome, and so we still miss that. But those guys have picked up and continue to try to pull the rope for him.
And Eric, power formations. We saw fullback today out there. Is that going to be consistently might see in weeks to come?
I think we have to. We got to win in elements like this on the road in the CCIW. You got to be able to run the football and stop the run. So to me, that's part of it. Formationally, you have to execute with some bigger guys in.
Also set up at the passing game. Dermott throws 5 touchdown passes today, and it looks like he's really found a good rhythm with a number of receivers who were not necessarily your primaries at the beginning of the year. The offense is still not playing with a full deck at this point and putting up some big numbers.
I think he was just very calm. Nothing really rattled him when there was a scramble. He made the right decision. And overcoming a turnover to start the game, it's not necessarily easy, but you just flip the script and you read the concept. And he's blessed to have that athletic ability when it's not there also to make a positive gain. Even 2nd and 8, it's still better than 2nd and 10 or a sack. So he did a good job of finding those open receivers, and I thought they played hard today.
We got to give the defense their flowers too. They pitched a shutout, under 200 yards.
Unbelievable. And we talked about fixing 3rd down and 4th down from last week. I think they were 2 of 16.
Right. Just one, I thought.
So they did a phenomenal job on 3rd and 4th down, getting off the field, and real credit to them for making them one-dimensional. And it was, again, a good film to look at. We still got a lot of work to do, but definitely improved performance.
Just want to go back to the pick 6 for just a second. As Dermott's coming off the field, what kind of conversation is that like? I mean, that's an emotional thing for a quarterback when that happens. Not just an interception, but one that goes back for a touchdown. What is that conversation like for you to kind of be calm in that situation and kind of talk that situation over?
We really didn't get a chance to talk, to be honest. I was asking the coaches what some information on the iPad to review and who that guy was and was it the guy we were reading, and
because it was a defensive lineman that actually dropped back into coverage there.
It was that weak side backer who we're reading on the play, and he did go over. So Dermott, I think, made the right read, but then he kind of felt it and spilled back into the route. So I think it was just a good play by him. And Dermott read everything pretty well the rest of the day. Just sometimes they make good plays, and you just got to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
So you had the extra week, the bye before this game, but it's every Saturday now from here on out. And your first road trip next week, how does the preparation change?
Just not as much time to fix things. So when you have 2 weeks, you can kind of say, hey, you know what, we ran this the other day, or hey, we didn't do very good in this 2-minute situation, whether it's offense, defense, and we'll get another crack at it. You don't get another crack when you have a normal weeks of preparation. So we've got to learn quickly from our mistakes. We've got to get our bodies back, and it's going to be a challenge. It's not an easy road trip, and again, always on the road in the CCIW is tough.
Congratulations on your first win at Illinois Wesleyan.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Jared Williamson, 42-6, Illinois Wesleyan, and gets to the victory here today.
Thanks,
great
Coach.
to have you
Congrats.
here. As we get set to wrap things up here at Tucci, 42-6, the final score. Illinois Wesleyan 1-1 on the year, while the Blue Jays fall to 1-1 as well. Titans get ready for Carthage at 1 o'clock next Saturday from Kenosha. Pregame at 12:30 on IWSports.com, the CCIW network, and 88.1 FM.
Well, our keys to the game were the Titans had to establish a rushing attack. They certainly did. 40 carries, 237. Elmhurst had to do exactly the same thing. The Blue Jays struggled on the ground, 28 carries, just 48 yards for the Blue Jays. You had to think Elmhurst had to be able to control the clock, control the football, but Illinois Wesleyan one time of possession as well, and that led to a comfortable Titan victory. Can't wait to go to Kenosha next week, hopefully pick up another W and get to 2-0 in the conference.
So the Titans get the win today, and we appreciate you sticking around a little late for this one today. We endured a couple of weather delays on a busy Saturday here on the Wesleyan campus with volleyball going on as well. We'll look forward to talking to you from Kenosha next Saturday. We thank our crew, Caden Darby in our WESN studios, Cody Buzzcool, Nicole Duma, Caleb Swanson, and Tyler Wilson. For Joel Swanson, I'm Eric Stock saying so long from Tucci Stadium. Again, our final score, Illinois Wesleyan 42, Elmhurst 6. This has been Illinois Wesleyan Titan Football on 88.1 FM, WESN, IWSports.com, and the CCIW Network.